Oh, hello, hello, hello. Can you all hear me? Wonderful. I know I'm very scary with my black robes and everything, but I will insist that you all move closer. It has to do with the whole fairy tale thing. If you're on the edges, then you're going to get only the edges of the effect. How many of you were not here first night when I did the thing on stage? All right, only a few of you. Okay. Oh, I need to use that one? Oh, I see. It's a separate one. Okay, got it. No, you're fine. You know that I hosted Paul Kingsnorth last week to talk about Against the Machine. So now I am covered in the machine. It's a good book. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's really good. Thank you for humoring me. Okay, the first night, so those three of you who didn't make it, you're not going to get full experience, I'm sorry. You'll have to just trust me on this. But what I want to encourage you to do this time around is not to expect the same thing that you had the first night. First of all, you can see that the great machine of magic over there is closed. And the purveyor of the magic, the magician herself, is not there, unfortunately. She's not here at all. However, those of you who were here will get the most expanded experience of fairy tales because what I'm going to be sharing with you today is not just a method of how you might start to allow the stories to inhabit you so you become better storytellers, but also show you how you can do it in different ways. So if day one with the music is a rare kind of thing where I'm not reading from anything, the story is deeply inside me, and I'm kind of letting it come out the way it wants with the help of the music. What I'm going to do today is read from collections of fairy tales that are essentially distilled oral storytelling, which is not the ideal way of doing fairy tales. So, not to say that this experience is going to be less, it's just going to be different. But I want you to experience both so that you know what's possible for yourselves, not so that you can make commentary on what's better and what's worse, but so that you can see how these things can work and how you can then inhabit the storyteller mode. Because I'm assuming you're here not merely to experience the story, but also to at least think about how can I better inhabit the storytellers or put on the storyteller's mantle for my own children or for my students. Only he who worships at the altar of facts and has lost the ability to contemplate a state of being ignores fairy tales. Let me read that again. Only he who worships at the altar of facts and has lost the ability to contemplate a state of being ignores fairy tales. This is not American syntax. It was originally spoken in Russian by a man who thought just as well in German as he did in Russian and in French, which meant that whenever he wrote anything, he had all the complexity of all the languages rattling around in his head when they came out, which means you have to listen to every word as it's being delivered in the order that it's being delivered to get the full import. So he starts with forcing you to admit that most of us will probably fall under this category. And we don't know what the terrible conviction is going to be, because that comes at the end of the sentence. That's not an American way of building a sentence, and it's great. English, I should say, not American. Only he who worships at the altar of facts and has lost the ability to contemplate a state of being ignores fairy tales. I have to repeat it 3 times. I'm a storyteller. That's how it works. Those two things are connected. Worshipping at the altar of facts is something that all of us unconsciously and passively fall into, whether we like it or not, because that is the soup in which we are being boiled all the time. This is not the cauldron of story, as Tolkien would have it. That's a very nice little simmer. All right, this cauldron that we're boiling in is one that's taking our skin off and our muscles off and leaving nothing but bones. It's something that is dehumanizing us, because that's just how the world works these days. It's not a world that is comfortable with an experience that is not fact-driven. But the second half of that is that if you worship at the altar of fact, if everything, and by the way, what does that mean? That means that you are someone who prefers to have data to back up the things that you think are true. Somebody is going to run to a book and an expert who says, look, this person said that, therefore it must be true. All things that are perhaps sometimes necessary, and yet not worthy of worship. Because if we worship at the altar of facts, we then lose the ability to contemplate a state of being. In other words, we lose our ability to live, because to contemplate a state of being is to live. Contemplation is not a state of mind, it is a state of existence. That's the kind of word that contemplate means in the original language. It's a word that is fraught deeply with patristic undertones and maybe even overtones of contemplation as prayer in the presence and in the communion of God. A kind of prayer that leads you towards a direct experience of God's nature, as we have in 2 Peter. I'm reading to you from an essay by Professor Ivan Ilyin. He's a Russian philosopher of the early mid-20th century, who, if anybody has heard of in the Anglo-sphere, will probably hear him in the context of this being the favored philosopher of Vladimir Putin. Therefore, nationalist, therefore proto-fascist, therefore don't listen to anything he says because he's an evil man, right? Except this man wrote volumes upon volumes upon volumes of work, some of it political, some of it historical, all of it extremely deep, profound, prescient. One of his little books that he has is called Foundations of a Christian Culture, which I've translated, which you can get from me directly. It's a fantastic little book, only about 60, 70 pages, and the most trenchant critique of modern culture, and also critique of us who are in modern culture and not building something beautiful inside it that I've ever seen. This essay was actually a lecture that he gave in Germany to a bunch of Russian expats, talking about, so you have to imagine that this was a hall not of people like you who are waiting for me to stop talking about the story so that I can finally tell the story. No, these are professors, intellectuals who want nothing to do with the dream world of story. And he's trying to convince them that actually you guys are wrong. Only the one who wants to see with his physical eyes alone, plucking out his spiritual eyes in the process, considers the fairy tale to be dead. I don't have to convince you of this. But my point is that this essay that I am reading out and that I'm framing my talk today around is something that I want all of you to find. It's available for free online on my website, and I want you to really deeply think about it in the context of what we're going to be talking about here, in the context of how can each one of us begin to approach that dangerous and wonderful and frightening calling of being a better storyteller. It's called The Spiritual Meaning of Stories. The Spiritual Meaning of Stories. If you put it in Google, you'll find it immediately. What I'm talking about here is a different way of being. C.S. Lewis talks about it in an interesting way. He has this image about how most of the time, most of us are looking at a beam of light from the side. Really kind of enjoying the dance of the dust motes as they jump around inside the ray of light. Forgetting entirely the fact that what we're supposed to do is look along the beam to see what the light is actually illuminating, which is a beautiful, in his example, you're inside a woodshed, and there's a hole in the woodshed, and the light is streaming through it, and you're looking at it, oh wow, what a pretty little ray of light. But if you were to look along the ray of light, you would see a beautiful tree just outside. And the experience of seeing the tree is a far greater experience than looking at the dust motes floating around in the ray of light. But being inside the ray means not seeing it. It means not being able to analyze what is the nature of this beam, what is the nature of this light. You forget about all such things. You look at the thing that it is illuminating. It's a different way of living, and it's one that is hard for us, especially in the context of conferences like this, where all we're doing all day is listening to how to look at the beam, which is okay. I'm not saying it's nothing we shouldn't do. We are exercising our critical faculty. We are learning the bones and the meat of how we are to educate ourselves and our children. but there's also a great importance of looking through the beam at the thing that we are actually illuminating, which is the act, in this case, of telling stories. In general, it is the act of being creative. All right, enough talking. I'm going to tell you a story. As you listen, I want you to consider with your heart and your head together, as Andrew said in the first talk, when we're talking about the nous, we're talking about that part of the human person where thoughts and emotions work together. It's something that in us is divided. We tend to do this and this separately, but the fathers tell us that we're supposed to bring this here. Hard to do, but possible to do for short periods of time for everybody. Constantly, at all times, that's sanctity. We can't do it. But I want you to start doing that here as you listen to the story. So don't try to analyze what does the story mean as I'm telling it. However, pay attention to what images resonate inside you and why. Leave the why for later, but note, okay, that did something. There was a little bit of music in my mind when he said that thing. Interesting. And I'll tell you what to do about that at the end. In a certain kingdom, in a certain land, a prince married a beautiful princess. But as such things happen, he had very little time to settle down with her. He was a prince, after all, and he had to hunt. No, it wasn't about wars, it wasn't about governments, he had to hunt. It was very, very important. So he went on a long hunt. It was a difficult journey, and he knew he would be gone for a long time. And he had to leave his wife's care in the hands of others. Very dangerous. What to do, though? As they say, you can't sit an age in an embrace. Even though, really, why not? The princess cried for a long time. The prince comforted her as he could, but left her. And he left her with a parting word. He said, do not leave the heights of your tower room. And make sure you don't spend any time with evil people inside that room or out, and don't listen to any evil words. And the princess promised to do everything he asked. He left. She locked herself in her room. She didn't even want to leave. Now, whether a long time passed or a short, a certain woman came to her. Now, it seemed from the outside that she was this simple, warm, elderly creature, exactly the sort of person that the prince would have no trouble admitting into her room. Why are you moping? Asked the woman. The least you could do is walk outside under God's beautiful sky. Or at least walk through the garden, see all the beautiful growing things. Of course it will help dissipate your sadness. For a long time the princess refused. She would not agree. She didn't even want it. But finally there was a thought that appeared in her head. Well, to walk in a garden, what harm could there be in that? And so she went. In the garden was a beautiful crystal clear fountain full of water. Well, said the woman who had gone with her, the day is warm, the sun, it's baking. You can see the water is cold. It's wonderful. Can you imagine how great it would be to take a swim? Let's do it together. No, I don't want to, said the princess. But then another thought, well, a little swim, there's nothing wrong with that, and I am so hot. She threw off her dress, she jumped into the water, and as she was jumping in, the woman slapped her on her back and said, go and swim like a white duck. And she did. The princess had transformed into a white duck. The witch, for which she was, put on the dress of the princess, washed herself, made herself beautiful, and she was the spitting image of the princess. Soon afterwards, the prince arrived. The hunt had gone better than he expected. As soon as the dogs barked their greetings, as soon as the bells tolled their welcome, she was already running to him. She jumped into his embrace, kissing him, caressing him. He was so glad to see her. He extended his arms around her. He didn't recognize that it was a witch. In the meantime, the white duck had laid 3 eggs, 2 good ones, and one that was thin, scraggly, and very ugly. The eggs hatched and out-jumped 3 human children. She raised the 3 of them as she could, and they began to walk around the lake to catch the golden fish, to gather bits of fabric here and there that people would drop as they walked by. And so they sewed themselves motley clothes. They loved to play around, to jump from the water to the shore. They were basically amphibians. And eventually they started to go further and further away from the safe confines of the small universe that their mother had made for them. Oh, please, please, dear children, don't go away from me. Don't go over there. But they didn't listen. How could they? One day they played on the grass, and the next they played further in the meadow, and the third day they found themselves in the garden of the prince. The witch immediately knew whose children they were, and she ground her teeth in fury. So she called the children, fed them, gave them drink, and then put them to sleep. But then she commanded her servants to stoke a large fire, to boil the cauldrons, and to sharpen the knives. Two of the brothers lay down and slept, but the little, scraggly, ugly one couldn't fall asleep. He saw everything. He heard everything. At night, the witch came up to the door, which was locked, and quietly asked, "Are you asleep, children, or not?" And the ugly duckling answered, "We're not asleep. We're sitting here, thinking. We know that you want to kill us all. We can see the brightness of the fire right there under the door. We can feel the heat from the cauldrons. We can hear the sharpening of the knives." She did this 3 nights in a row. And every time, there was something that was niggling at her. There's something wrong here. And then she realized what it was the third time. It's the same voice answering every time. So she opened the door, and she saw that 2 of the brothers were deeply asleep, as they should be, while the third, the ugly duckling, was not. She waved at them, uttered a curse, and all 3 of them died. In the morning, the white duck called to her children, but her children didn't come. Her heart felt that there was something wrong. She flew up, landed inside the prince's court, and there she saw, white as sheets, cold as ice, her 3 children lying dead in a row. She ran to them, embraced them with her duck wings, exclaimed with her mother's voice, "Oh, my dear children, oh, my dear ducklings, I raised you in need. I fed you with nothing but my tears. I didn't sleep all night taking care of you. I remained hungry so that you could have a little bit to eat." And the prince heard her voice. And he said to his wife, or his not wife, the witch, "Can you hear that? What a strange thing, a duck that sings with a human voice. Oh, you're imagining things. Tell them to chase her away." But every time they did, she would only fly back and again embrace her children with her wings, crying out with her mother's voice, "Oh, my dear children, oh, my dear ducklings, you were killed by an old witch, an evil witch, a cunning serpent, a malicious snake. She stole your own father from you, your own father, my own husband, and she drowned me in the quick river. She turned me into a white duck, and all the while she lives in my place." "Well, well," thought the prince, and called out loudly, "Catch me that duck." Everyone ran, trying to catch her, but she flew there and there, refusing to be caught by anyone. Then the prince himself came out, and she fell into his hands. He took her by the wings and said, "Stand, O white birch, behind me, and, O beautiful maiden, in front." Then a white birch grew behind him in a single moment, and a beautiful maiden stood before him. And in that beautiful maiden, the prince recognized his own true wife. Then he caught a magpie, tied 2 vials to its neck, and commanded it to find and gather living water in one and speaking water in the other. The magpie did as it was told. This was a prince, after all. It brought the waters back. The prince sprinkled his children with living water, and they came to life. Then he sprinkled them with speaking water, and they started to talk. And so the prince found his whole family all in one place, and they began to live together in peace and harmony, forgetting about all the evil things that had happened to them. As for the witch, she was tied to the tail of a horse. The horse was released to the wild, and so there was nothing left of her, neither trace nor memory. What is this access to fairy tales? What must we do to make the fairy tale, like the house on chicken feet, turn its back to the forest and face us? How can we see it and live by it? How can we illuminate its oracular depth, as Evangelion has, and make clear its true spiritual meaning? For this, we must not cling to the sober mind of the daylight consciousness with all its observations, generalizations, and laws of nature. The fairy tale sees in a different way from the daylight consciousness. It sees other things and in other ways. In other words, as soon as you ask the question, why is there a birch growing behind him, you've missed the point. Because asking the question in that way, because you're looking for the answer, is wrong. Observing it, seeing it, and wondering what the resonance of that image is with the rest of the story and with the resurrection of the duck, because there is a suggestion that she died, that she didn't simply transform into a duck, but that she drowned and was remade in a different image as a kind of mercy. That's more like what we should be doing. Because, as Elian says, the fairy tale doesn't submit to the laws of nature or gravity or time or space. It only submits to the laws of creative imagination. Isn't imagination always creative? No. We can have a critical imagination as well. In fact, we use our critical imagination very, very effectively, and we get a lot of pleasure from it, because critical imagination is the thing that lets us sift the wheat from the chaff and decide, this is the way I'm going to teach my children. This is the curriculum that I'm going to use. These are the hours in which I'm going to teach them, and these are the grades that they're going to get. But the creative imagination is something else. It submits to the laws of, dangerous word, magic. What is this person in the robes doing talking about magic? It is laid down by the laws of prophetic dreaming, inspired ecstasy, and illumination from contemplation. The light coming on, not because you figured out some difficult problem, but because something has come into you from the outside. That's a completely different way of being. These laws are mystical. You can sense them, but it's very difficult to formulate them, and it's very difficult to define them. It's very difficult to make lists out of them. Their power, however, is eternal and world-creating. Anybody who's a writer knows about this. If you write fiction, you create worlds. Tolkien talks about this as sub-creation, and he believed that this is our right as those who are created in the image of a creator. It is our right, part of our image, to sub-create, to create worlds, secondary worlds, he calls them, which are just as real as the real world because they have to be internally consistent, and you can enter into them and inhabit them, and they can transform you. That's what we're talking about here. You can sense these laws. You can't easily formulate them. You can sense this world. You can't easily explain how it is made. These are the things that make a fairy tale live and breathe. Another fairy tale, quite different. In a certain kingdom, in a certain land, there lived a peasant who had 3 sons. The first 2 were fine fellows. They were good-looking, strong. They always knew what to do in the field. They were the pride and joy of their father. And then there was the 3rd son. Anybody want to know what his name was? Everybody didn't scream out the name at the same time. Of course it was Ivan. What else was it going to be? He was a bit of an idiot. He liked to lie on the ledge of the stove in the central room of the hut. He would lie there all day and he would do nothing. One year, the peasant's crop of wheat yielded much more than in previous years. The wheat was tall, thick, and so juicy you could basically eat it raw. The peasant was so excited for the day he would sell it at market and become rich, at least for a year. But there was a problem. At night, someone would come and trample the wheat. The strangest part was the intruder didn't steal the wheat. He just trampled it to bits in what could only be described as terrible, ruinous carnage. The father turned to his eldest son, who was the strongest, best-looking, most competent, and said, "My favorite, my son, go into the fields, capture this intruder, bring him to me so that I may punish him." So the eldest son took a little food, went out into the fields. It was cold, however, so he found his way into the warm granary, climbed into the hayloft, and fell asleep. It was the best sleep he had had in years. In the morning, he came to his father and said, "Oh, father, I stayed awake all night, and I saw nothing. And yet half the field was trampled." So the father, a little disappointed, turned to his second son, middle child, we'll see, and said, "Now it is in your hands, my dear boy. Find this thief, bring him to me. He must be punished." The second son went out, saw that there was a perfect path that had been made by his elder brother into the granary, went that way immediately into the hayloft, and fell asleep. Oh, it was the best sleep of his life. In the morning he came to his father and said, "Father, I stayed awake all night and I saw nothing." And yet the field again was badly trampled. Finally the father turned with great reluctance to the third son, Ivan, who was, yes, lying on the shelf of the stove with a bit of drool coming out of the corner of his mouth. And he said, "Ivanushka, I have no one else. Please, just do me this one little favor. Get off your butt, go into the field, and catch that thief." Ivanushka got up, stretched, scratched the back of his head, yawned, and said, "If you insist." He took a large and delicious pie with him into the fields and found the most uncomfortable rock in the field to sit on. Whenever his eyelids would begin to droop, he would grab a large bit of pie, stuff it in his mouth so much that he couldn't quite chew it properly, and for the next half hour would chew it and try to swallow it without dying. So Ivanushka stayed awake, and in the middle of the night, suddenly, the field was illuminated as if in the middle of the day. And in the middle of that light was an enormous horse with a dappled coat of silver and gold. Its mane was like a storm. From its ears came steam, and it breathed fire from its nostrils. This horse jumped and stamped around in the field, but it wasn't carnage. It was simply the joy of being. Ivanushka crept up behind it, threw a rope around its neck, jumped on its back, and held on for dear life. Except he was backwards on the horse, and all he could hold on to was the tail. So he did. He held on to the tail for dear life, and the horse flew up and it flew down. It jumped back and forth. Ivanushka almost lost hold of the horse's tail, but he didn't. He held on, and finally the horse gave up and said, "Ivanushka, you have caught me. Let me go, please, and I will give you whatever your heart desires." Ivanushka scratched his extremely beardless chin and said, "Fine, I'll let you go, but you must promise never to trample our fields again. And if I need you, you did say that you're going to give me whatever I want, how am I going to find you?" And the horse replied, "It's simple. You go out into a field and scream like a warrior. Say, 'Chestnut roan, wise and ancient steed, stand before my face like the forest before the grass,' and I will appear to you." Ivanushka scratched his head a little. Field, grass, meadow, horse. Got it. And the horse flew away. Then Ivanushka went home, and his father asked him what happened. He said, "The culprit was a horse. I stopped him, and I made him promise never to do it again." The brothers burst out laughing and said, "What an idiot!" And yet, from that time on, the wheat was never trampled again. Some time passed, and one day an official came from the king's palace. He declared, "The king has announced a great event. His daughter, the princess, is to be wed. And not just to anyone. It might not even be a prince. She's to be wed to anyone who is brave enough to catch her. You see, she is sitting in the top room of a tall, wide tower. If someone can jump all the way to the top of the tower and take the ring off from her finger, he shall have her as his bride." The two brothers thought they might as well go and see what this strange event was all about. Ivanushka begged them, "Oh, brothers, will you give me a horse so I can come with you? Any old mule will do. I just want to come and see." But the brothers spit in his face and said, "Ivanushka, this is a place for real men. You stay here. Don't bother us." And so they went. Ivanushka lay on top of the shelf and proceeded to be idle, but something nagged at him. He sat up, turned to his sisters-in-law, and said, "Sisters-in-law, I am hungry. I want to go gather mushrooms. Will you give me a basket?" Now, these sisters-in-law did not think much more highly of Ivanushka than his brothers, but they thought he could maybe do no harm with a basket, although still it was It was a near thing. So they gave him one, a small one, and Ivanushka went out until he found a wide meadow. And then he said, "Chestnut roan, wise and ancient steed, stand before my face like the forest before grass." And the horse appeared right in front of him. "I want to see the princess," he said, "and I want to see her now." And the horse replied, "If you want to see her, climb into my right ear and out my left." Ivanushka did so, and he came out. What a fine prince he had become. He had transformed into such a gorgeous young man that you can hardly describe it in words. You can only barely imagine it in tales. Ivanushka sat on the horse, and he rode like the wind to where the princess sat in her tall tower. Many people were gathered all around, all pointing up at the princess quite rudely. Yet none of them tried to jump or climb, because there was no ladder, for fear of breaking their necks. Now Ivanushka took one look at that tower, slapped his horse as hard as he could. The horse neighed and flew up so high that he was only 3 logs away from the ledge of the window. He landed and rode away, and the crowd said, "Stop him! Stop him!" But Ivanushka rushed off, making sure to ride right by his brothers and smack them across the face with his whip. Ivanushka returned to the field, thanked the horse, grabbed several climbed into the left ear and out the right, forgot that part, very important, and then gathered some very nice-looking red-cap mushrooms and returned to his sisters-in-law saying, "Look, I brought dinner." They looked at him and said, "You can eat that. We're not touching it." So Ivanushka lay back on his ledge and waited. When the brothers returned, they had such a tale to tell. There was this fine young prince, goodness knows from where, whose horse jumped so high, he got this close to the princess. And Ivanushka said to them, "Oh, brothers, wasn't that me?" "Shut up, idiot. Of course it wasn't you. You weren't even there." The next day, the same thing happened. Ivanushka begged to go with his brothers. They refused. So he went to gather mushrooms, called the steed, crawled into its right ear, out its left, turned into a beautiful young prince. And again, they rode like the wind, and they jumped up, and this time they were only 2 logs away from the window. He landed, rode off, and again everybody's trying to stop that beautiful young prince. Stop him, we must know who he is. But he rode off, making sure to smack his brothers across the face one more time. The brothers came home and said, "That prince was there again, and no one could stop him. I wonder who he is." Ivanushka, again, "Brothers, wasn't that me?" "Shut up, idiot. Of course it wasn't you. You weren't even there." On the 3rd day, Ivanushka again crawled into the right ear of the horse, out its left, and this time he took his whip and slapped the horse the way you should slap a horse. And the horse flew. It flew so high that fire came out of its nostrils and it jumped right up to the window. The horse hung there for a second in front of the window like a cloud. Enough time for Ivanushka to take the ring from the princess's finger and even have a little thought in his head. He didn't have many of those, but never mind. I want to steal a kiss. And he did. "Oh my goodness, stop him, the crowd cried again. "He's got the ring!" But he rushed off, making sure to drive by his brothers and smack him in the head the 3rd time. The horse was so fast no one could catch Ivanushka. He came back, crawled into the left ear, out the right, and once again, he was his own dirty, stinky, stupid self. A few days later, there was another summons from the king. This one not quite so interesting. It said that everybody, yes, everybody, even that idiot on the ledge, had to come to the wedding feast. It was a wedding without a groom. But never mind, everybody must be there. And if anybody failed to show up, head from shoulders, yes? This time the brothers had no choice. They had to take Ivanushka. Although they did think about the head from shoulders part. Still, he's a brother. He had to come. So he went, covered in rags, unwashed, the drool still hanging from the corner of his mouth. He was a sight to behold. He sat at the absolutely last possible seat that he could in the king's palace. Now he was wearing the ring. It was wrapped around in dirty rags, and he couldn't help himself. As he's sitting over there at the farthest part of the wedding table, he sneaks a peek. And suddenly the whole thing blazes forth like a firework, quickly covers it. His brothers turn to him. "Are you playing with fire again, you moron? We're in the king's palace. Stop it!" Ivanushka just sits there, doesn't say a thing. The princess began to walk around the tables, pouring everyone a drink. She even approached Ivanushka, though by this point, the smell from him was filling half the room. The princess came to him and said, "Young man, what is that under your rag? I would like to see it. Please uncover it." "What are you going to do?" He did. And immediately the hall was filled with an unearthly light. The princess looked at him, took him by the hand, and dragged him to the king and said, "This is my husband." The king looked at Ivanushka. His eyes grew wide, but what was he to do? He was the one who had made the rules. So the servants took Ivanushka, washed him, dressed him in new clothes, and the strangest thing happened. They saw in front of them that beautiful young man who had arrived on the horse and who had kissed the princess. No one had been able to see him because he had been so ugly, so dirty, and so smelly, but there he was, his true self revealed. So the idiot did marry the princess. And I was there at the wedding feast. I drank a lot of mead. Unfortunately, a lot of it went down my mustache rather than into my mouth, but the whole experience was still quite lovely. So don't listen to a fairy tale in the bright light of day or with your prosaic and wingless consciousness. That's Ivan Ilyin translating from German spoken in Russian. Wingless consciousness. Listen to a fairy tale in the evening or at night, in the magical darkness that removes familiarity from things and gives them a new, unexpected, and mysterious form. You should listen to fairy tales with the dusky consciousness between sleeping and waking. In fact, there's a little trick that storytellers used to do. They don't do it as much anymore because the oral tradition has been lost. But traditionally, you wouldn't start with in a certain kingdom, in a certain land. You would start with something called the pre-tale. The pre-tale was an absolutely bizarre stream of nonsensical images that are bashing together, that have no logical coherence, that are all very vivid, that are very strange, sometimes spoken in a kind of almost rap-like recitative, to get the rhythm going, to get the images crashing against each other, to get the people sitting around the fire completely confused, so that when in a certain kingdom, in a certain land happened, they were already out of the rational and completely in the realm of something else. Music does this. It's one of the reasons why Natalie and I decided to do the storytelling podcast with music, because rather than shock everyone with every week doing a bizarre pre-tale and losing everybody within the first 5 seconds, which is how the internet works, we instead give them beautiful music to move them out of the mundane. You should listen with the depths of your unconscious or subconscious mind, where your soul lives like a child. I want you to think of this image of the soul as the child for a second, because there's actually a deep reality to this, and I'll explain why in a second. Where it's childishly stupid and idiotic, and isn't ashamed of its idiocy or stupidity, where it enters into the story with total, complete seriousness and a passion of hope and despair, not even remembering that all of this is make-believe. I'm a writer by profession, which means that I have to write a lot because, again, internet, you don't get anybody's attention unless you're constantly bombarding them with new things. But there's a problem with this, because so much of what we do in the real world is optimized for a way of thinking and a way of being that is critical. Now, critical not in the negative sense, but in the sense of discerning what is right and wrong, sifting the wheat from the chaff, deciding what to do with that block of time that you have. These are things that are absolutely indispensable. And if a writer doesn't do that, then there will never be time to actually sit down and write. The trouble is, if everything that we do is so completely optimized, then when we sit down to actually do the thing that we want to do, which is going to be creative, it's difficult to get into that mode. Because that mode is childish. I was told by somebody who has no interest in Christianity, who is the least religious person that I know. So you can trust them in this because they're talking about things that resonate with what we know as true. She explained that the creative part of a person, which Ilian would probably call the soul that lives like a child, is simultaneously 2 years old and yet 10 years older than your critical self. Now think about this for a second. Your children tell stories better than you do. Why? Because that's the part that wakes up first. Around 2 years old or so, they're able to make the world around them into coherent patterns that come out as interesting, compelling, and beautiful stories. By about age 10, we teach them to analyze those stories and to break them down and vivisect them and do the whole thing that school, unfortunately, and necessarily teaches you to do. As a result, the 2-year-old, who is 10 years older than the 10-year-old-ish, 8 years old, never mind, math was never my strong suit, is not getting older in terms of its wisdom, only in terms of its years. In other words, it's still a child, but it's wiser than the critical self. Are you seeing where I'm getting at? The wisdom of the storytelling child is deeper, more intuitive, and more fundamental to the human being than the critical faculty that is developed from the outside at around age 10 or so, depending on where we are in school. That critical faculty is then the thing that gets us through high school, through college, and into the world of work. And it is the thing most of the time that's going to make us successful. And yet, it's the ones that are able to feed and use the other quality, the creative quality, that end up being the most successful because they are able to infuse the rather dry and critical world of that critical faculty with the kind of life that everybody recognizes as being the most interesting, the most fundamental, and the most beautiful. And you'll see this. The kinds of people that the really great people, though they may have serious flaws, always have a streak of wildness, a streak of intuition, a streak of storytelling that they don't even know that they have very often, but they're able to dip into and they're able to use. So how do we do that? How do we get out of the critical whenever we need to, because the critical is necessary, and into the creative and allow that to flourish? Because what happens if we do too much of the critical is that as soon as we decide, this time I'm going to sit in front of the children, I'm going to tell them a story, you sit, they're looking at you, they're ready and waiting, and what do? You have no idea what to do. You have no idea what to say. They're looking at you with these eyes like, here we go, and you pull out a book, one of those collections of fairy tales, you open it up and you read it because that's much easier, more critical, and less scary than allowing the story to flow out. Of course, the problem is that you might not have anything to flow out, because the truth of what Yvonne Ilian says here is that the people he was talking to, that he was encouraging to dip into their creative, deep creative national self, is a culture that had been telling these stories for 1,000 years. And so they were completely woven into the fabric of those people, all the way down to their bones and their marrow. That's not the case for most of us. We don't have a deep storytelling tradition that is automatically passed down from generation to generation. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because there was a time in the history of the Russian people when they were also where we are, roughly around 1300, when the country was still figuring out what it was, where the national consciousness had only begun to form itself around an idea about 200 years before. That moment was, by the way, the baptism of Russia. So its national consciousness is woven together completely with its Christianization. An interesting idea. Something similar in the American experience, because the foundation of it is not only political so much as it is moral and religious. So there is something there that we can take and begin to form an idea around. And yet, where do we take our stories? Where do we get them from? Well, we're not limited by what we do not have, because this world allows us to have access to the storytelling traditions of everybody. So we have to use our both critical and creative faculties to be able to develop within ourselves the well of stories that can then come out at the right moment. The critical faculty in choosing what kinds of stories we want to share, because there are bad stories. There are bad fairy tales, absolutely. And because these stories are so powerful, the bad fairy tale can be very damaging, both to you and to the child. What I'm not saying, though, is bad fairy tales do not necessarily mean violent fairy tales. They do not necessarily mean dark fairy tales. So I'm not talking about the thing that happened in France in the 18th century when you have a guy taking all the crazy, wild folk tradition of Western Europe, completely denuding it of its wildness and its darkness and its craziness, and making it into beautiful little Enlightenment era, perfect clockwork morality tales, which kids hate. They want the stories where the idiot marries the princess. They don't want the story where the perfect goody two-shoes marries the prince. There's not that many of them that think they are the goody two-shoes. They're not as good as we are at deluding themselves about who they really are. So what can we do? Critical faculty first. Read a lot. Read fairy tales a lot. Notice what you like. Do not notice to the impulse. Do not allow yourself to be too affected by your grown-up impulse to be shocked at blood, gore, violence, etc. There is a limit to it, yes. But children don't see those images the way that we do. They see through the face of it to the moral import behind it. Bad people must suffer terribly because that is just. They know this. That's what we teach them when we discipline them. So if we give them those very powerful and vivid images, they aren't harmed by them. They take them the way that we are unable to. They understand the root of it. So don't let yourselves be snagged on that particular element. However, there are some things that you will recognize as being dangerous. There is an entire subgenre of fairy tales that is meet the devil at the crossroads, or the soldier meets the devil and does a deal at the crossroads. These are potentially dangerous. Some of them are quite good. Some of them have gone into our classical collections and can be very effective. But anytime you are playing with demonic forces and the suggestion is that you can outwit them, you need to be careful because we know that that is not how it works. Anytime there is the presence of a priest in a fairy tale, you should probably avoid it. Because especially in Eastern European and Russian fairy tale traditions. Western Europeans, it's a little bit more malleable, but if you're looking at Russian fairy tale tradition anthologies, avoid all stories with priests. Those are late fairy tales. They're 18th, 19th century fairy tales. They come out of a tradition that is not deeply rooted to the past, that does not have anything to do with that movement towards Christianization that I talked about earlier, and has to do with a historical reality where the church was an aspect of government and no longer a part of the people. So whenever you see a priest, you should be careful. If you go on and read that story and the priest is very corrupt and drinks a lot and does all kinds of things, you have to understand why that is the case. Because in the 18th, 19th century in Europe, in a lot of places, the churches were subject to state influence. So those are the critical kind of things that I want you to keep in mind. Let that not be the limit, though. Let yourself read all of it and sift through your own resonance to what you like and what you don't, and let that be the first step. Then you need to start cultivating your creative self. And this is where things get a little bit weird. Because the fact is, as Ivan Ilyin, the professor with the PhD, talking to other PhDs in the room, is saying, is that all of this is not stuff that you can actually do a PhD on. It's not something that you can even make a list about. It's not something you can write a rule about. And yet there are some suggestions that I'm going to give you that might open up some things and start to change the way you look at the very process of creativity, and in particular, how you tell stories. The first thing is find a wandering oral storyteller and follow him. And I'm actually being quite facetious because they don't exist anymore. But that is rule number one. The way you would learn how to be a storyteller is you would go out into the wilderness, find a crazy crone figure, male or female, doesn't matter, and live with them and do things for them and listen as they talk and learn how they are. And then the stories start flowing out. That is possible in places like Alaska still. If you go off and, no, I'm serious. If you go off and live with the indigenous people, they have crone figures that live in their villages that you can live with, and they will tell you stories and they will teach you how to think and how to be. Well, we can't do that probably, most of us. So what do we do instead? Well, we should start thinking about stories less as artifacts of human culture and more as living things. How do you encounter a living being, living thing, and allow it, he, she, something, to have a relationship with you? Well, you have to give it attention. Attention is only possible when you yourself embrace that terrible thing, which is called solitude. Because stories they come very deeply from the natural world. They all have animals in them. They all have forests in them. They all have grass bowing before trees in them, as that weird image in the previous story that I just read. Why? Because that's where it all is. Natural revelation, the understanding of God as creator through encountering the natural world is not something that we have. And yet this is the way that most people have come to encounter God most often in the history of humanity. It's not through reasoning to it. It's by being outside. Because the trees, the animals, they are all living beings that have some sort of spiritual component to their existence. We could argue, just like they argued about how many angels on the head of a pin, about what's the nature of the soul of an animal and whether there will be dogs in heaven. You laugh, but I can tell you stories after the official part that might boggle the mind. The more we start to think of the natural world as not simply a collection of inanimate objects to be studied, and more as an experience to be had, not just for ourselves, but also in communication with something that is living there, something that is in some sense alive. Whether that is, if it's too uncomfortable for you to think about this, at least imagine it as the presence of God's energy, grace in creation, because everything he touches will have him present in it in some way. So embrace solitude and start to encounter nature as a living thing, especially in the place where you live. Most of us have at least some natural spot near we live that we can go to. The modern world tells us that variety is the spice of life. Go to as many different natural places as you can so you can get as many different natural inputs as you can. Do the opposite, though, I'm suggesting. Find a radius of 1 mile to 5 miles around where you live and become an expert on those natural places. Go to them, walk through them, especially in different seasons. See the tree, the same tree, on September 1st and March 1st, and see how the tree is different. And then see how the tree is different on March 1st of the year after. And you'll see that they're completely different experiences. When you do that, you start to notice things about the world that you didn't know existed. And it's not, again, something that I can tell you. It's something that you have to go through yourself. But you begin to open yourself up to the presence of God in ways that you were not able to perceive before. That openness is the spirit in which a storyteller recounts these tales. Because they have to come into you, but then they have to come out as well. And in that process, it's not just you that's working. There is a conversation with the divine. As anybody who writes or creates or does anything creative knows, it's not you only. Especially in moments of intense inspiration. There is a sense, which the psychologists try to pass off as a kind of psychological state, they call it flow. It's not just psychological, it is being in presence and interacting and cooperating with capital P, presence. It is a duet. But 2 is not enough. We need 3. So the 3 are you, God, and the story itself. Because the story itself is kind of alive. It kind of has a spiritual aspect to it because so many people have put so much of their energy into it, and it keeps getting retold even after it's been published. So treat the story like a living thing. Study it. Find its different versions. Let all of those different versions rattle around inside you. Even go on wild rabbit holes of research when certain aspects of it, certain images, like why is the birch tree growing behind the prince? You notice that, it snagged you. Go research it. The internet is a wonderful thing for this. See what you can find. That research, however, is not the story itself. It's a sign to yourself that you're serious about it and that you are now beginning to move from the critical into the creative. As you're doing this, start to think about point of view and see if you can imagine yourself telling the story from the perspective of any one of the characters inside the story, including the witch, including the animals, including the tree, the birch. That would be a cool story. Tell the whole story from the perspective of the birch. Suddenly, the whole world of the story becomes three-dimensional. No longer words, it's no longer repeated patterns, it's a living thing. Constantly feed the creative part of yourself. That means do things that you don't want to at times when you think you can't. Go to the opera. What? The opera? Yeah. If you've never been to an opera, go to the opera. Listen to music that you don't normally listen to. Try a genre that is not your cup of tea. Go to a museum and go to that part that you hate. For me, that's anything past 1900. And yet, I went to a René Magritte. You know the guy. He does the paintings with the apples in front of people's heads. With the guy with the bowler hat with the apple. Right? I went and saw it. I've seen him tons of times in art books and never made an impression whatsoever. I went there. I saw the thing. I was like, "This is brilliant. This is true art." I have no idea why, but it was an encounter. It was an experience. It wasn't a critical decision on my part to say, "Now I'm going to like modern art." I still don't. That lovely commercial, was it a Super Bowl commercial? When the two guys walk into the Museum of Modern Art, one of them's Chris Hemsworth, I think, Thor, and he takes the banana off the wall and eats it. That's what you're supposed to do with that kind of art. Oh my goodness. And finally, don't forget that when you are opening yourself up to the danger of telling the story, in the moment where you're actually sitting in front of your children and they're ready and waiting, it's not just you. So relax. It's not going to be good the first time. There will be beautiful moments, though, and you will feel it, and your children will say thank you. They will love it, and they will ask for it again and again and again, and they'll probably ask for the same story again and again and again, and the 500th time you'll probably choose a different one, and that's okay too. The point here is that the more you can become comfortable with this dangerous, wild, not critical part of yourself, and the more you feed it and cultivate it and forcibly decide that you're going to work on it, the better your life will be. And the better your life is, the better your stories will be as they come out of your mouth, and the better your children will be as they grow. So find the stories, stew in them, tell them, and just keep going. Yes? Yeah. Yeah, don't write it down. The critical part is when you're doing the research, when you're reading, don't write it down. Which is not what I did with these 3 volumes of things that I'm selling over there, but what, you want clear-cut things? That's the critical thing. I'm a creative person. What do you want? It's just like every time people ask Paul Kingsnorth, you who are against the internet, how could you be making all of your money from the internet? And does he have an answer for it? No, of course not. This is simply the way we live, in tension. Embrace the tension. In that beautiful and dangerous moment, right before you begin to tell the story, something happens. And the more you do it, the more comfortable you become with it, and the better you become as a human being. So, any questions? Any comments? Yes? Yes, ramble. Woo! Creative. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 So your question is, do they, like, what's the relationship between the two, and what's the more original one? Who knows? We don't know. And were they, there are, so folklorists do things like literally cut up the pieces of story and assign them numbers. And they say this, it's bizarre. This thing combined with that thing, XYZ 234 delta with, and literally it's that, and then they basically try to construct a history of that based on how many times it appears, and that's all nonsense. The point is, it's entirely possible that these things developed independently. How do we know that? Because if you look at some Japanese fairy tales and African fairy tales and Western fairy tales, you will see some things that are similar. Some things are completely bizarrely different, but some things that are similar. Does that mean that there was cultural contact between them? Maybe. It could also mean that they're just reflecting universal human realities, and you don't need to actually have people talking to each other and saying, is that our universal human reality for you? Yes, it is. Thank you. I will put it now in my fairy tale. But this question that you ask, instead of finding an answer for it, go and see what you can find in terms of the different versions of that tale. Use the critical part to inform your creative and see what you find. Does it matter ultimately which one is the oldest? I don't know. In terms of Russian fairy tales, you can usually tell what's the oldest based on how many talking animals there are in them. The older they are, the more talking animals there are, and the more the animals perform kind of roles as spirit guides or as almost angelic roles. So it's interesting. Yes? Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. 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 No, that's the same thing as writing it down. Yeah. You just practice. You just do it again. Yep. Yep. And you can always reference the original and see how you did. That's the critical part of you, though. So you only do that if you feel like, yes, yeah. Yeah, well then that's fine. But a story is a communal event. So if they fix you, that's wonderful. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Here and then and there. Yes. It's a great essay. Yeah.
Tool, but oftentimes when I say, okay, let's not analyze, let's not look at the beam, let's look along the beam.
Yeah.
We're reading Robert Frost. We read this poem, and I say, okay, let's look along the beam. How do I discern the difference between experiencing living in and this reader response, like I just want to tell you how I feel?
Yeah, yeah. There again, this is when you're talking about realities like this, it's difficult to draw a straight line and say we're here at any moment. It's largely a matter of intuition. The more you teach, the more you're going to recognize the kinds of responses from them that will build them up as opposed to break them down. So any kind of response that gets them. So when it becomes less about the story and more about something outside the story, like how can I be enriched by it? Like tell me the formula so I can then go and you know what I'm saying? Like that's already going too far. But analyzing the symbolism and the imagery to a certain degree is useful because for children it's good for them to start recognizing these kinds of patterns in other places. Unfortunately, we're in a weird place. In previous centuries and in different parts of the world that had more connection to the old world, that work would have been done at home. That kind of imbued recognition of the world as repeated pattern. Now we're told that the world is nothing but inanimate objects that may or may not have connections to each other, and we have to figure out the connections. That's not, Andrew was talking about it. It's like we have to impose chaos as opposed to align ourselves to an ideal pattern outside of ourselves. So maybe think of Andrew's distinction. If the thing is about imposing order on chaos, avoid it. If it's about reflecting an inherent pattern that exists because we are created by a good, beautiful creator, then move in that direction. Does that make sense? All right, question? Oh, yeah, of course. First one was the white duck, and the second was the chestnut roan. Both of those are in the collection that I'm not selling, but selling. Yes, I don't have any physical books, but they are all in my living room, having arrived half an hour after I flew away. So they're ready to be signed and shipped to you if you want them. Come and buy them from me if you like. But yeah, any more questions? Yes.
So you've cautioned against moralizing tales.
Yeah.
Is there a place for the moralizing tales?
Yes.
And did you try to avoid that in your Raven Sun book?
Oh yeah, Raven Sun is a fantasy. Fantasy should not be moralizing. There is a place for it. It's because there's a place for discipline in our children's lives. So whenever they need discipline the most is probably when a moralizing tale is going to be useful. It's the difference between a parable and a fable and a fairy tale, right? So sometimes you need to give them a parable because they've done something, and then the images will stick in their head, right? Does that make sense? I think there's one more question there. Yeah.
I really appreciate the way you're talking about kind of the sitting with stories and just letting them be.
Yeah.
Do you ever read Homer this way?
Did I ever read Homer this way?
Is this a right way to read the
Oh.
mythology?
What a great question. Oh, yeah. Read Homer that way, then retell him. How cool would that be? Yeah, I like it. Do it. I've never done it, but I like the idea. I think it's very cool because it would have been, told. Anybody read The Ethics of Beauty? Timothy Petitsis? He makes that point about in the chapter 1 that the Iliad was originally a spoken word thing that was intended as therapy for returned soldiers for war. It was a communal act of reintegration into the world of the not sword. Yeah. So in that context, yeah, there might be a way to take those old tales and retell them. Myths are difficult, of course, right? Because they embrace a worldview that is quite different. On the other hand, Saint Basil of Caesarea is very clear that you should read all the old poets and all the old writers, and because they're groping towards the truth. And before you can understand it fully, you have to do the groping part too, even as a Christian. So, again, tension. No clear answers. You don't ever look for a clear answer from me. Thank goodness, because I'd be terrible at that. Thank you, everyone. It's lunchtime.
Oh, yeah. No, we're supposed to keep it short so that it doesn't interfere with communion. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I think some people are probably still wrapping up lunch, but it is, in fact, the appointed time for this to start. And since that is what this talk is all about, if we waited to start, it would kind of be a little hypocritical. So I want to begin with two readings from the Holy Scriptures. The first one comes from the preacher. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up. A time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to get and a time to lose. A time to keep and a time to cast away. A time to rend and a time to sow. A time to keep silence and a time to speak. A time to love and a time to hate. A time of war and a time of peace. What profit hath he that worketh in that wherein he laboureth? I have seen the travail which God hath given to the sons of men to be exercised in it. He hath made everything beautiful in his time. Also, he hath set the world in their heart, so that no man can find out the work that God maketh from the beginning to the end. I know that there is no good in them, but for a man to rejoice and to do good in his life, and also that every man should eat and drink and enjoy the good of all his labor. This is the gift of God. I know that whatsoever God doeth, it shall be forever. Nothing could be put to it, nor anything taken from it. And God doeth it, that men should fear before him. That which hath been is now, and that which is to be hath already been. And God requireth that which is past. And moreover, I saw under the sun the place of judgment, that wickedness was there, and the place of righteousness, that iniquity was there. And I said in mine heart, God shall judge the righteous and the wicked, for there is a time for every purpose and every work. Now the second reading is a little bit shorter. This comes from the book of Deuteronomy. Thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed, that the field bringeth forth year by year. And thou shalt eat before thy Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose to place his name there, that is, wherever the tabernacle is, wherever the temple is. The tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thy oil, and the firstlings of thy herds and of thy flocks, that thou mayest learn to fear the Lord thy God always. And if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee, which the Lord thy God shall choose to set his name there, when the Lord thy God hath blessed thee, then shalt thou turn it into money, bind up the money in thine hand, and thou shalt go unto the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusteth after. Good King James word. That is, whatever your soul desires. For oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for Scotch whiskey, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul desireth, and thou shalt eat it there before the Lord thy God, and thou shalt rejoice, thou and thine household. And the Levite that is within thy gates, thou shalt not forsake him, for he hath no part nor inheritance with thee. Let me tell you the story of the first unhappy person. Our father among the saints, St. Andrew of Caesarea, said, all the fathers hold that in the beginning the devil fell out of envy. The story of the devil's fall has been told in various ways. Famously, of course, Milton depicted it as this military campaign reminiscent of his own experience in the English Civil War, which is sort of weird when you think about the fact that the devil's side technically would have been the anti-monarchist side, but anyway, whatever. It's Milton's problem, not mine. Some ancient writers had it happen in an instant when the angels were first created, either on the second day or either on the first day or the fourth day of creation in Genesis. Others that it happened when man was created, when the devil was shown a vision of what God intended for humankind, that we would be above the cherubim and more honorable than the seraphim. Others still that there were not one but multiple falls of angels recorded in the early chapters of Genesis. St. John, the evangelist and the theologian, describes it this way in the Apocalypse. There was a war in heaven, and Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world, and he was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. And in the lore of the ancient people of the British Isles, this is England, Ireland, and as far north as the Orkneys, as the devil fell, defeated by St. Michael, he fell, as we all know, into a patch of blackberry bushes, and he was torn by their thorns. And the devil cursed his foe, St. Michael, and he cursed the blackberries too for tearing him. And this, of course, is why it's important to pick and eat all of your blackberries before St. Michaelmas Day. If you don't, the devil will get them. And depending on where you live, the getting may be worse than other places. Sometimes he just spits on them. Sometimes he, how shall we say, uses them as toilet paper. Sometimes he urinates on them. I'm not going to spare your sensibilities today. It's going to get worse. Like all, and that's it. That's the talk. You can go now. No, I'm kidding. Like all bits of folklore, this tradition holds some wisdom for us today. And I am here today on this particular day, this particular afternoon, which, by the way, on the calendar of Old England, today is Michaelmas Day. To tell you that if you don't pay heed to this tradition, it will ruin your life, it will ruin your family, and it will ruin your civilization. And that, in fact, all of the problems that we face today in our civilization can be traced to the fact that you can buy and eat blackberries every day of the year. You're laughing now, but I'm going to try to make the case. First of all, though, we have to talk about what it means for there to be something like a feast day, or any feast day. And by the way, this is actually, was anybody here for my talk last CiRCE Fall Conference? Any of you? A couple of you? This is actually the sequel to that talk. I've been playing a long game on you all year. So I hope you have perfect recall and you remember everything that I said last time, because I'm going to build on that this time around. So what does it mean for there to be a feast day? Why is there a day called Michaelmas that's different from some other day of the year? Which, as I mentioned, on the calendar of Old England, that you could say Old Style or the Julian calendar, today would be Michaelmas. It's not in current modern use. Western churches celebrate it on September the 29th, but today would be that day before the Gregorian calendar, which, by the way, wasn't introduced till the 1750s, something like that, in England. So up till that point, everybody would have been on the old calendar, and while the rest of Europe was actually on the Gregorian calendar, which means you would actually go 11 days back in time when you crossed the English Channel. And the colonies, guess which calendar they were on? Well, they were on the old calendar as well, basically until the American Revolution, when, as part of like the French alliance, we brought in the Gregorian calendar. And so, anyway, but it was kind of a fun thing. You could actually celebrate Christmas in Paris, and then you could cross the Channel, 11 days later, celebrate Christmas again in London. A little bit of time travel for you there. So, what is it that makes a day special? Well, for this, we're going to turn once again to another one of the wisdom writers of Scripture. We started with Ecclesiastes, so now we'll turn to Ecclesiasticus and the words of Jesus ben Sirach. He says, "Why is any day better than another when all the daylight in the year is from the sun? By the Lord's decision they were distinguished, and he appointed the different seasons and feasts. Some of them he exalted and hallowed, and some of them he made ordinary days." It was understood, well understood in the ancient world, that there were certain days with more significance than others. So our pagan ancestors, especially in climes where there were great differences between the amount of light in the summer and the darkness of the winter. And most of the people in this room are of generally Northern European descent. Not all of us, but most of us. Where it stays light longer in the summer and it gets dark faster in the winter. I mean, it's just like going from here to like Pennsylvania or New York or Canada or somewhere, and just how much it gets dark way sooner. This time of year going into winter in somewhere like Pennsylvania than it does in Texas. All right. So these cultures generally tended to identify these important days with days in the planting and the harvesting cycles. Why? Because the amount of sun that you have is more or less important. And so the days that you get more sun, or the days when you'll start getting more sun, or the days when you have the least amount of sun, or the days when you're going to start losing the sun, all of those are important days. And so, of course, this is why people build henges, like Stonehenge and so on. This is why there are other kinds of solar and lunar calendars, which are usually the oldest things that survive in archaeology. Very often, especially in the Middle East, these were built on threshing floors, which double as places both where the season's harvest would be processed, but also the threshing floors function as basically solar observatories. And the cycle naturally comes with its own rhythm of fasting and feasting. Because after all, Solomon said in that passage that we just read from Ecclesiastes, if there is a time for planting, then it follows there must be a time for harvest. If there is a time for harvest, there's a time for eating the fruits of that harvest. Nowadays, when we can just eat whatever food we want, anytime we want, it's very difficult to appreciate just how significant a harvest feast would be. These feasts, not accidentally, were associated by the ancient pagans, our ancestors, with the gods and heroes, with the mighty men of old of great renown who killed monsters, founded cities, and established human civilization. There's a wonderful French philosopher named Olivier Clement who writes in his book called Transfiguring Time, which you can get an English translation of, how ancient pagans experienced time as this great cycle. Think back to that passage from Ecclesiastes. What has been is now, and what is now will be again, right? They experience time as this great cycle, a succession of generations or ages. So you have the idyllic ages of gold and silver and bronze, to use Hesiod as an example, in which men lived the life of the gods, in which they were close to the gods. And although each of these generations perished, often through their own folly, echoing some kind of Edenic fall, their lives were longer, better, and more peaceful than our own. And then mediating between these ancient lost ages and our own age of iron was the fourth age, the age of demigods and heroes. And these heroes established the world, which we now inhabit, killing monsters, founding cities by their mighty deeds. And it is because of their mighty deeds that they are given the rest and repose, Hesiod says, of the men of the age of gold. But as for us, the men of the age of iron, we are stuck. We are locked in the endless cycle of the year and in the greater thousands of years cycle of the stars, repeating each sunrise, each summer, each winter, each equinox, each solstice, the golden age inaccessible to us, or almost inaccessible, because ancient man had one very powerful tool at her disposal, and that is, of course, the festival. Through this act of celebration, of feasting, and of retelling the ancient story of your heroes, your city, your people could access for a day that higher time of the golden age. So they would have these festivals on these days that were significant to the passage of time and the rotation of the solar calendar, which is a way of taking the cyclical time that you're caught in and tying it to that age, that earlier age, which is now lost to you. Now, the Greek word for this is kairos, this kind of time, which originally means the proper or fitting time to do something, which is really what I want to talk about today. Now, we've got lots of Iliad and Odyssey readers in here, I hope. What happens in an old Greek poem, the Iliad, the Odyssey, or similar things, right before a sacrifice, right before a battle, right before a voyage? What do they do? How attentively have you read? What do they do? You didn't know there's going to be like audience participation, did you? I'm going to drink my water. What do you think about it? Before that, nope. And no, we were on the right. We're on the right track here. Say more. Not just their guidance. I mean, you're talking in a very sort of evangelical, like Southern Baptist way here. It's not what they're doing. Yeah, say that again. Yeah, they take the auspices, right? And so auspices are a way of practicing divination that's based on the flight patterns of birds. Different birds are associated with different gods, and different numbers are associated with different gods. And so if you have this many birds flocking together in this number, and that can tell you something about how the voyage is going to go, about whether or not this is a good time to offer the sacrifice, whether it's not a good time, whether or not it's a good time to attack the walls, and so on. There's similar other kinds of divinations. Divination, there's haruspicy, which is the examination of the entrails of animals, in particular the livers of sheep, and so on. The divination talk, like why they thought those things worked that way, is a different talk, but we're going to go with it for now. Why do they do these kinds of things? And so when Alcmenides is there before the walls of the city of Thebes, right? He's taking the auspices and he keeps saying, it's not a good time to attack the walls. If we attack now, we're going to lose. It's not a good time. It's not a good time. It's not. Eventually, the other Argive generals say, we're going in. And so they attack the walls, and of course, all 7 of them die. That's the story of the 7 against Thebes. Why is he taking why is he doing it? Because he's asking the gods to reveal whether or not this is the kairos, whether or not this is the appropriate time for something to take place. And so this idea of kairos, which is the proper or fitting time in which a festal ritual originally and then other things by association could be carried out, by extension comes to mean the time to which that ritual gives you access. This undying time that fills the chronos of the endless days and years with meaning. And this is the basis of that ancient agricultural cycle of feasts, with which some adjustments for locality and climate and so on is essentially universal to all cultures, especially those which developed in these temperate climates where season and solstice, springtime and harvest have meaning. Now, inattentive readers, by which I mostly mean 19th century Germans, of the Old Testament have opined that the law of Moses replaced the old pagan cyclic view of time with one which was strictly linear. And this is just simply not the case. The feast of the Mosaic law, Passover, Pentecost, so on, have their obvious and universal correspondence in the agricultural cycle of the ancient Near East. But in the Torah, in the law of Moses, these feasts become tied to definitive moments in history, in the story of God's redemptive work on behalf of his people. So, thus, the late spring or early summer feast of first fruits becomes the feast of Pentecost, the day on which the Most High God gives his law to his people, the means by which they can enter into communion with him, and in fact, according to the ancient belief of the Hebrew peoples, which is expressed, for instance, in the the apocryphal book of Jubilees, although it is also apocalyptic, I suppose. It was on the day of Pentecost that Noah made his covenant with the God of Israel. It's on the day of Pentecost the Tower of Babel fell. It's on the day of Pentecost that Abraham made his covenant with God, and on the day of Pentecost, of course, that the law was given to Moses. So you could go so far as to say that from a heavenly perspective, each one of these moments takes place on the single day of Pentecost, which is always the day on which God renews his covenant with his people and gives them the law by which they should live. Or you reject that, and then you get Babel. Now, at the center of the yearly cycle, of course, the axis on which everything turns is the feast of Passover, or in Greek, Pascha. It's okay to call it Easter, by the way. Some of you know. Some of you grew up the way I did. It's okay to call it Easter. The feast of Passover, in which God makes a distinction between you and the Egyptians. In other words, this is the feast in which he calls out his people from the nations of the world and constitutes them as a single people set apart unto himself. And when he does that, he gives them all the things that they need to actually be a people. That is, he gives them a nomos. The word we usually translate as law. But it means more than that. It means culture. It means festivals. It means a way of being in the world, right? We sort of like think of religion as this like, it's an add-on. It's like something you download, you install it, you add it into the rest of the programs you happen to be running at the time. But that's not what it was in the ancient world. It's a way of being in the world that affects every aspect of your life, first and foremost. Actually, the main problem that all real religions are trying to deal with and sort of solve is how do you understand the passage of time? So, it should be of no surprise to us then that Christ, our light and life, was himself sacrificed at Passover, becoming the spiritual lamb, leading us out of bondage to what our hymns still refer to as the spiritual Pharaoh, the serpent, the devil. And so St. Paul could say, Christ, our Pascha, our Passover, our Easter lamb has been sacrificed for us. Therefore, let us keep the feast. Now, already in the first 2 centuries of the Christian faith, a very clear understanding has developed. And this is evident if you look at the very earliest Paschal hymns and sermons in the early church, that the historical events of the Old Testament prefigure the fullness that the feast which commemorated them found in Jesus Christ. And so from this perspective, the passion, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ is and continues to be the original Passover, the true and new Pascha, which finally delivers us from slavery to death and constitutes the Israel of God, the church, calling us out of the Egypt of this world and into the promised land. This is also, very importantly, a universal story, because Christ is the new Adam. He makes common cause in his life with the entire human race, so that the gospel is good news for everyone. Everyone is invited to celebrate. And so this idea of kairos, the fitting time for something to take place, as Christianity makes its way west and north into Europe, into the lands of my ancestors. The peoples of medieval England take up this idea and they take up this practice of feasting. And in the same way that the solar and lunar cycles of the ancient Near East were adapted by the law of Moses to find their fulfillment in Christ, so they do the same things with the feasts and the festivals of where they live. So, to give you an example of this, the peoples of medieval England had 4 feasts, which after Easter, the Feast of Feasts, mark the passing of the year and the fitting time, the kairos, for planting and harvesting, but also for civil actions, such as the settling of debts and the passing of new laws. And these days were known as quarter days. And by the way, the whole idea of the term or the semester in education today comes from these quarter days. So you're actually basically functionally still inheriting this to some degree. So the 4 days, I will give them to you, I'm so sorry, Father Nicholas, on the new style dates. Although I think you missed me singing the praises of the old calendar, but anyway, I'll give them to you on the new style dates. Our Lady Day, which is March the 25th, otherwise known, more technically known, you could say, as the Feast of the Annunciation to Our Lady. But in Old England, they called it Lady Day, which I find very endearing. Midsummer Day, which is on the 24th of June. What happens on the 24th of June? It is, of course, the feast of the Nativity of St. John the Baptist at midsummer. It's not quite midsummer anymore. The solstice and equinoxes shift, but it's close enough for our purposes. Michaelmas Day, which we're going to talk, we started by talking about, we'll talk about more, which is right around, it's not exactly on the fall equinox, but it's close, which, as I mentioned on the old calendar today, would be Michaelmas, which is the feast of St. Michael and all the archangels. Originally, by the way, it's the feast of the dedication of a certain church of St. Michael, a very famous church dedicated to St. Michael, which is built in Italy, and then that basically kind of spread as this is a good day to celebrate St. Michael. Actually, in my church, our feast, our synaxis of St. Michael and the archangels, is in November, but actually St. Michael has like 4 or 5 feasts on the Orthodox calendar, so I think that if we just threw an extra one in there, he would not mind. That's my opinion. And then, of course, Christmas Day, December the 25th, the feast of the Nativity of our Lord. So the quarter days of Old English Christendom, Lady Day, St. John's Night, Michaelmas, and Christmas, are the load-bearing pillars of the architecture of Anglo-Saxon temporal consciousness. I'm really sorry for that sentence. It was a little pretentious. But they transform the cyclical rhythms of agricultural life that they had already as pagan, Germanic, and Celtic peoples into a coherent Christian cosmology. To understand these days, how they're celebrated, is actually a way to glimpse the way that our ancestors inhabit time itself differently than we do, much more in a way that, you have to think about the fact that a Germanic pagan living in the 7th century would have more in common with the world of the Old Testament Bronze Age than he does with your world today, with your life. Maybe that goes without saying, but it is something to kind of think about. And we'll talk about why that happened in a moment, but first of all, let me just kind of talk about these quarter days, how they're celebrated, how they experience the year not as this abstract succession of identical units that I talked about in last year's CiRCE Fall Conference talk, but as a living drama of salvation that unfolds in their fields and in their villages. So before Christianity's arrival, the Germanic peoples of Western Europe, including those, the Anglo-Saxons and the Jutes, who would eventually get invited to Britain, decide, hey, this looks really nice. Let's push all the British into the southern part of the country. We're going to call it Wales, from the Old English word Wals, which means foreigner. The joke being here that only the English can make you feel like a foreigner in your own country. Come on, that's a pretty good joke, guys. They organize their year around solar and agricultural events, so solstices, equinoxes, and the very practical demands of planting and harvesting. So, for instance, in the Venerable Bede's De Temporum Ratione, where he basically explains the connection between the Christian year and the old pagan year that came before it. There are the old months used to be named for very kind of practical names like Solmanath, which is February. Solmanath in Old English means the month of cakes. Hrethmonath, which is named after the goddess Hretha or Freya. Blotmonath, that's November, which is the month of sacrifices. By the way, your word bless comes from blot, which means to cut an animal open and spray the sacrificial blood all over the altar, which is a fun thing. So time is seasonal. It's cyclical. It's bound to the earth's fertility and to the community's survival. The year turns like a great wheel, and human activity synchronizes with its rotations. And so when Christianity comes to Anglo-Saxon England, beginning with earnestly and finally successfully with St. Augustine's mission in 597, and deepening throughout the 7th and the 8th centuries, it performs something very subtle and very profound, which is the baptism of the year. And the quarter days are one of the best examples of how successful this baptism was, because they align the Christian feast, or rather, they align the old solar calendar with pre-existing Christian feasts, while simultaneously also investing those days with the realities of the actions which the one true God has taken for the salvation of his people. So instead of just having a solstice, which is kind of this cosmic event but has no real tie to history, now we celebrate the birth of our Lord, which is a real event, which is cosmic, but also something which pins it down to history. We have to say Jesus was born in Bethlehem, in Judea, in the reign of Caesar Augustus, at a very particular time, a very particular place, to a very particular young Jewish woman. Christ was born. And so this particularity that is introduced to the larger kind of cosmic cycle has the same effect that the introduction of the liturgical calendar of the Old Mosaic Law had in redeeming the conceptions of time and the festivals in the pagan ancient Near East. So let's begin with Lady Day. Falling on or around the spring equinox, this marks the Annunciation. This is the great hinge moment when the Word becomes flesh in the womb of Mary. It is the beginning of our redemption. It is the instant when divine eternity intersects with human time. And the Anglo-Saxons experienced this feast as the moment when light was promised to conquer darkness, when the earth was awakening, when the lambing season, by the way, would now be underway. And the theological reality became incarnated in the landscape as a new life quickens in the womb of the virgin, but also in the womb of the ewe lambs, she becomes the ewe lamb who bears the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. In seeds germinating in warming soil and lengthening days. And so Lady Day in medieval England, and until I think 1752, was the new year, was the civil new year, the legal new year in medieval England. And this is a recognition that salvation history, and you could say the history or the cycle of time of the natural world are not just on parallel tracks with each other, but now in Christ have become a single unified reality. So we move on 3 months to midsummer, to St. John's Night, which offers us another profound example of synchronization. St. John himself had said of Christ, "He must increase, but I must decrease." And so when is John born? Well, he's born 6 months before the birth of Christ. He's born on the longest night of the year, when now the year begins to grow not longer, but shorter. So that as Christ is increasing in the womb of the Virgin, the sun, the physical sun, the sun that lights this world, is decreasing and going into darkness. And so in medieval England and in other places in Northern Europe, I don't know if they do this in where your people are from, Father, but certainly like in the Baltic states I was in, like the midsummer bonfire night, St. John's Night, is a really big deal. Yeah, he's saying yeah. So the bonfires would be lit. Why? Because John is the burning lamp. He is brilliant but destined to dim as the true light of the world comes into his own. And by the way, this is also one of the traditional days. Each one of these feasts is a traditional day on which you are not supposed to do any servile labor. And that language goes all the way back to Deuteronomy. You're not supposed to do any servile labor on these days. You're supposed to go to church on these days. And this is a day when the wealthy in your community feast the poor. So if you are well off, the way that you celebrate St. John's Night is you sponsor the bonfire. And then out in front of your house, in your courtyard, or out in front of the gate, you throw a massive feast. And all of the poor, all of the homeless, all of the needy are invited to come and have as much as they want and take as much as they want. And this is how they took care of poor people in Christian societies, is that on the feast of the Lord, that is a day to also remember the poor. Christ, of course, himself says in Luke chapter 17, if you want to be without hypocrisy, give alms and don't tell anyone. So, this is the traditional day when the wealthy feast the poor. This is the day when we celebrate the light, and then the light of this world begins to wane as the true light of the world comes. For the Anglo-Saxons, who are deeply attuned to these rhythms of light and darkness, electric lighting is, of course, still about a millennium away. This is not abstract symbolism, right? And every one of us in here, as I'm talking about this, you're basically only able to engage with it in an abstract way, because when you get home tonight and the sun goes down, you will turn on the lights and you will turn on the screens and you will keep going. You'll keep working, you'll keep playing, you'll keep watching, you'll keep doing whatever you're going to do well into, whenever people go to bed, which for me is kind of a shameful hour, usually, right? To attach the year's longest day to John the Baptist is a way of making theology tangible. And to them, it's not a coincidence, and it's not something that's overt. It's not something we did on purpose. How else would it be? The Lord God made the year, and he's the one who worked to save us. Why wouldn't he work within this rhythm of light and darkness? And so moving on now to Michaelmas. Michaelmas marks the autumn equinox. It marks the beginning of harvest's end. St. Michael and all angels, the great St. Michael, the leader of the angels, the great warrior of heaven who cast down Satan, is the person that we celebrate on this day of Michaelmas. And it is a day when abundance meets scarcity. It is a day when the year now definitively turns towards darkness. In Old England, Michaelmas is the day the rents come due for the year. In Old England, Michaelmas is the day when contracts expire and are renewed. It's the day when the year's profits and losses are calculated. It's the day of doom. Michaelmas is literally doomsday in Anglo-Saxon England. And of course, this is not an accident. St. Michael is, as we all know, militant, judicial. He is the weigher of souls. He stands as guardian over these transactions, these reckonings, these passages from plenty into want. And in the Anglo-Saxon imagination, which was shaped by, you could say, centuries of precarious survival in a difficult part of the world without modern amenities, the autumnal equinox is not merely harvest time. It is doomsday. It is judgment day. And that brings us then into Christmas, into the nativity of our Lord. This is the anchor at the end of the year, at or around the winter solstice, celebrating the birth of Christ at the year's darkest moment. By the way, Joshua Gibbs, speaking of CiRCE things, Joshua Gibbs has a wonderful book on the celebration of Christmas on December the 25th called, I think it's just called The 25th. It's a great book. I strongly recommend it. If you ever come across anybody who says, well, actually, Jesus was probably born in the fall, blah, 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 blah. He wasn't. That's wrong. And I get as I get older, I get more and more impatient with the sort of Neil deGrasse Tysoning of every part of the Christian year. So, for the people in the Middle Ages, it's very simple. This is the darkest night of the year. When else would the light of the world come into the world? It's very simple. The Lord God made the year. He is the one who's working to save his people. How else would he do it? And this theological symbolism was so rich and it was so obvious, it was so perfect that in the Middle Ages they believed, and you'll find this in the early church fathers as well, that March the 25th, Lady Day, is not just the day of Christ's conception by the Virgin, but is also the day of his crucifixion. That is the traditional date of the crucifixion, is March the 25th. And to them, all of this is obvious. It means his birth, which happens exactly 9 months after the equinox, what comes on the darkest night of the year, and his life thus forms a perfect arc across the calendar, his incarnation beginning at the spring equinox, and his birth happening at the winter solstice, his crucifixion again at the spring equinox, so that he rises on the third day as light is coming back into the world. These quarter days structured not just liturgical time, but every part of your life in medieval England. Legal, economic, social time. Rents and debts came due at these days. Leases begin and end. Servants are hired and dismissed. Courts are convened. And of course, the educational terms are structured as well. And this is really handy in a society where not everybody is super literate, and certainly people don't have calendars just hanging in their house, let alone like a watch or a phone that will tell them what day it is today. But everybody knows when it's going to be Michaelmas. How will you know? Because it will be Michaelmas. You'll just know. So if you say the rent is due on Michaelmas, and then you notice a farmer so-and-so is fattening up his goose, one of the things you're supposed to do on Michaelmas is eat a goose. This is very important. If you want to be wealthy in the coming year, you have to eat a goose on Michaelmas. I don't think I have to explain that. It's just commonly known. It's like eating your black-eyed peas and cabbage on New Year's Day, right? If you grew up in the American South. Except goose is way better, guys. Woo. Goose is way better than black-eyed peas and cabbage. But turkey is actually a psyop to keep people from eating goose. I don't know if you know this. But like big turkey, they're basically out to get you. I don't like the Turks, so it makes perfect sense to me. Like it's all connected. They are etymologically related, though. I'm not going to tell you right now just for time's sake, but if you want to know, ask me later, and I will explain to you why we call these birds that were discovered in the New World and are really some kind of pheasant, why we call them turkeys, as though they came from Turkey. Anyway, so I'll tell that story later. So you know when Michaelmas is coming, you know when Lady Day is coming, because the church tells you what time it is. How do you know what time it is? For most of history, the answer has been because the church tells you what time it is when it's that time. Very profoundly, the quarter days reveal an Anglo-Saxon understanding of time as qualitatively different than the quantitative, uniform measurements of time which we use today. Not all days are alike, as Ecclesiasticus says. Some days are charged with particular significance. Some days are more real. Some days are more themselves. And these quarter days especially are times when heaven and earth become more fully interpenetrated, when the veil between the visible and the invisible worlds become thin, They are, in a sense, these liturgical thin places, moments when the eternal breaks through into the temporal with particular force. Now, this understanding has largely vanished from modern consciousness and has been replaced by the relentless uniformity of the clock, in which every hour is identical to every other, where Tuesday differs from Thursday only in name. We've disenchanted time, we've stripped it of texture and meaning. But for our ancestors, the quarter days are not arbitrary marks on the calendar, but encounters with the sacred rhythm that undergirds creation as God works to save his people. Now, one way of expressing this sense of loss, this loss of time, of rhythm, of kairos, is to say that nobody in our age and nobody in our civilization has any sense that they should not eat blackberries after Michaelmas. So there are a lot of ways to describe modernity, but one of the easiest ways to explain it is that modernity is a movement which is opposed to kairos. Modernity, which is profoundly concerned with progress, which is profoundly concerned with getting somewhere, has found it necessary to break down all of the old limits around sacred time and around sacred space. And on a practical level, most of us are just not particularly worried about predicting the vernal equinox. How many of you got up some morning after Christmas and said, oh gosh, when is it going to be the first day of spring? I need to calculate the time for planting the harvest. If you have a garden, and probably this crowd is more likely to have a garden than a lot of people that I talk to, you probably pulled out your iPhone and you did a little search for, I live in North Texas, what's a good time to plant? I want to plant these things. What should I plant at which time of the year? And the little pocket demon just told you the convenient times and the best times to do these things. Right? Modernity is opposed to kairos. There were several attempts in the early modern period to get rid of kairos entirely, from the failed attempt at metric time, which, by the way, the same way that they made metric measurements. If you came to the CiRCE summer conference, you could have heard the talk about how the metric system is a heresy that is hateful to God and soul-destroying. So you just have to ask the current Andrew if you can get the recording for that. But there were several attempts in the early modern period to get rid of kairos entirely, from a failed attempt at metric time, including Napoleon trying to introduce a 10-day work week, to the removal of Christian holidays. There were about 50 or so holidays that were removed from the European calendar during the early modern period, and then replacing them with these civil holy days, which is a very kind of an odd thing if you think about it. And I'm very sorry to say that Christians have also had their part in this as well. There was a whole Puritan war on Christmas, started by my second least favorite person in history, Oliver Cromwell. I don't like him, but he's not my arch nemesis. If you want to know my arch nemesis, you have to ask later. But everybody should have an arch nemesis who is dead. And therefore, you can like take shots at him, or you can pray for his soul, but he just can't do anything about it. So, my arch nemesis actually is a deacon, and so by becoming a deacon, now my powers cancel his out. So, that's how it works. So there's a Puritan war on Christmas and Easter, for that matter, being a good example. If every day is neither more nor less holy than the last, then keeping a celebration like Christmas or like Easter becomes nothing more than superstition. Now, one of the other effects of this view of time, which is really an application of technology to the world in order to avoid kairos, that it has had, is that we are able now to enjoy every possible pleasure, every possible delight, with a complete disregard as to whether or not it is the proper time to do so. And the most basic way to understand this, I think, at least for me, because I like to eat, is in terms of the grocery store. I can, right now, regardless of the time and season, get in my car, drive a few minutes from my house, and buy any food I want, any food imaginable. Doesn't matter if it's in season or out of season, I can get it. I can get not only that, but I can have access to delicacies, spices, exotic fruits, the most excellent wines, the finest cuts of meat, things that in a prior age would have been available only at a great cost and quite very often only to like a very important person. I can get all of those things, and I can come home and I can enjoy them. And I can enjoy them by myself in the privacy of my home, and my neighbors have no idea that there is a feast taking place. Why? Because they're also feasting, but we're feasting in such an impoverished way that we have lost all the joy in our food. When we feast, if we feast, because we're so disentangled, we're so disconnected from the proper time to plant and the proper time to harvest, the most we can do is try to focus mentally on the spiritual significance of the day, in which case, why does it really matter when we celebrate? So I grew up in a fundamentalist Baptist denomination where very often they would just move the celebration of Easter so that it didn't collide too closely with Mother's Day. I mean, just think about that. Some other violations of Kairos, just to make everybody here really uncomfortable. There's no set time to work and to rest because the rhythms of my workday have very little to do with the rising and the setting of the sun. And if you are my friend, if you know me, you know I am currently suffering the effects of abusing Kairos in this way. There is no fit time, no set time, no fitting Kairos anymore to make love or to bear children. By the way, you notice Solomon did mention this in Ecclesiastes when he says a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. He's not talking about like a side hug. Technology has now allowed us to choose to make love but prevent pregnancy, or to decide to induce pregnancy without making love. We tell our young women, don't worry about it, go pursue your career, travel, be fulfilled as a person, whatever this means. Don't worry about the babies, we'll just freeze your eggs, and you can decide later on if you want to do that or not. There is no fitting Kairos. There is no fitting time now to worship God. And so our churches offer a contemporary and a traditional service. They offer masses at convenient times so everyone can get in their obligation without being put out or forced to show up at an hour it's too early on a Sunday morning, or forced to worship with music they don't like. The sense of it being a single people of God, of coming together in the kairos of the liturgy to enter into the eternal sacrifice has been lost, and it's been put on the back burner in the name of convenience. Maybe some of our churches have even begun to substitute the incarnational aspect of our faith for the convenience of a live stream, maybe even an AI pastor, which is a real thing some large churches are doing now. They have an AI app, and it's fed on all your pastor sermons, and so you get so close to your pastor. You get to ask him personal questions from your living room, just like you're talking to him. I don't know if you guys know this, but over here in Plano, 2-3 Sundays ago, Charlie Kirk, a week after his assassination, gave the Sunday sermon. Did you know this? Because this church, what they did is they took a bunch of Charlie's material and they fed it into a large language model, and they got a hologram up on the stage, and they had Charlie give the sermon. Yeah, some of you are gasping. It's pretty ghoulish, personally. But that is where it is headed, okay? If you think that is an aberration, no, that's the telos of modernity. That is exactly the direction that all of this is going. It is a feature, not a bug. The problem is that when we violate kairos in these ways, we lose so much of what it means to be human. We've already lost so much that in most cases, myself included, we don't even realize how much we have lost, and we have done it all in the name, of course, and this is the name of the conference you're at, we've done it all in the name of the pursuit of happiness. For most people, pursuing happiness just means following your bliss, doing what seems convenient to you, what seems right in your own eyes, and getting what you want when you want it. We want our blackberries after Judgment Day, in the deep of winter, in a time where there are no blackberries growing. I know this, by the way, because I like blackberries, and I've cultivated several blackberry bushes on my property, which is quite hard to do. Blackberries do not like the Texas sun. So it has taken serious effort to grow these plants. But what happens when you leave the fruit too long on the bush? What happens when you try to taste the good joys that God has given us for our enjoyment in their proper time, but instead try to take them out of season? What happens, by the way, isn't this what our first parents do? The fathers say the sin of Adam and Eve in the garden is presumption, which means eating out of time. That's what presumption is. What happens when we try to enjoy the feasting after Judgment Day has already fallen, after the Michaelmas fast, that is, by the way, Advent, has already begun? Well, if you don't eat your blackberries before Michaelmas, as I hope you know now, the devil will get them. He'll spit on them, he'll wipe his butt on them, he'll urinate on them. In other words, they'll turn and they'll spoil and they'll become something sick and sickening. You don't want to eat those blackberries. That, in a nutshell, is what is happening to our society today. We think that we can cheat Michaelmas, that we can cheat Judgment Day, that trying to hold on to false joys in the process, and so trying to hold on to these false joys in the process, we poison ourselves in every imaginable way, physical and spiritual. And the people leading this right now are quite frankly, are the great tech barons of the day. The same people who are putting AI on your phone are going around the world right now giving lectures on the Antichrist, which is very strange to me. It's a little ironic. And I looked at a transcript of one of Peter Thiel's talks last night in which he said that the Antichrist will be someone who comes and tries to put a stop to AI. Like, that is a very convenient thing for Peter Thiel to believe, who looks a little antichristy, I'm going to be honest. Because we think of this, we think in this way, we try to hold on to false joys, we poison ourselves in every imaginable way, physical and spiritual. Just think about the fact that just on a physical level, most of the toxins that we're pumping into our bodies that are making us so sick in ways nobody has ever been sick before are coming from what? Well, they're coming from preservatives, and they're coming from the plastic packaging that we use to make our food last longer or to make it available out of season. And it should be no surprise that we're also facing overwhelming male and female loneliness epidemics at the same time that we are facing a plummeting fertility rate, at the same time that young people who, thanks to easily available pornography and every other kind of stimuli, have become completely uninterested in sexual activity like no period in history before. It's to the point now where if we had a teen pregnancy epidemic, that would be good news for our society. And the solution to all of this will not be puritanical kvetching, like I've just done, about the state of the world. That kind of thinking is what led to the Puritans trying to ban Christmas and Easter, right? A Puritan is someone who is afraid somebody somewhere is having a good time. Because they believed that all of life should be one long Lenten period, one long fast. And so I think the only thing to do is that we're going to have to start LARPing a little bit. Just a little bit. You guys know this phrase, LARPing? Okay, all right. Some of you maybe know. It stands for live action role playing. And it used to be, if you grew up as a nerd, like I did, the LARPers are like they're the person you use as a frame of reference to be like, okay, I might be pretty nerdy, but at least I'm not a LARPer. You know, it's like, those are people who've fallen so far down the hole that they're like just way too into it now, right? And so they have the costumes and they go out and they act things out kind of like physically in the world, right? But a LARPer is somebody who's just looking for actually an embodied experience of enchantment, and that's what draws them to that. And nowadays, LARPing means like just like, you know, faking it a little bit or just, you know, trying to put on the outward appearances of something. And I think most of us need to start there. We have to pretend that we have to stop work now because the sun is going down. Now, technically, you don't have to stop work. You can pop a couple of monsters, keep typing at the keyboard, go late into the night. By the way, I have never drank a Monster Energy. I'm more virtuous than you. No, for me, I just like drink coffee at ungodly times, right? You know, which is not much better. But yeah, you could just pop a couple of monsters and keep working. So we're going to have to start pretending that you have to stop working because the sun is going down. You're going to have to pretend that you have to eat simply from now until Christmas instead of blowing out all of your energy and all of your money and all of your calories on parties and presents before the holiday has even arrived, because you need to save your most dense and your most nourishing foods for the deep of winter. You're going to have to pretend that you need to keep the Lenten fast before the coming of spring because food is scarce, because the world is dead, and because you are waiting for the resurrection. You're going to have to pretend that there are fitting times for all these things, and also for the weightier matters of the law, justice and mercy and feeding the poor, despite the fact that technology and government and everything else about your life today tells you otherwise. You will find happiness when you find the fitting time in your life, the kairos, for fasting and for feasting. You will find happiness when you stop trying to use technology, to control the world and squeeze as much as you can out of every waking moment. You will find happiness when you eat your blackberries before Michaelmas so the devil doesn't get them. Thank you. A minor miracle has occurred in which I have finished before my allotted time, which means we have a few minutes for questions. So, yes.
Which deacon is your arch nemesis?
My arch nemesis is Deacon Alcuin, who was an Anglo-Saxon deacon and essentially became Charlemagne's minister of education. And I basically think that everything that is wrong about the world today is his fault. I feel like I could actually prove this and demonstrate this. It would take a whole talk, but I'll just give you a good example. Alcuin did not like iconography, so he's the one that's actually responsible for the rejection, which lasted for a couple of centuries, of the Seventh Ecumenical Council in the West. And so he would only allow symbolic imagery in his churches. He would not allow like an actual image of Christ or Mary or one of the saints. The other thing is that, but this really, he just has this discomfort about beauty. He's very much a mind of metal and wheels, and so for instance, he's in France. He's in at Charlemagne's court, and he hears about how things are going back in England, and he hears that these monks in England, they're telling stories. What are they telling stories about? Well, they're telling stories like Beowulf. They're telling stories about Ing. They're telling stories about the old heroes, and he gets very huffy about this. And he writes this long screed that says, picking up on the what does Athens have to do with Jerusalem, and he says, what does Ing have to do with Christ? And I have basically made it my mission in life to answer the question. I'll tell you exactly what Ing has to do with Christ. So anyway, Deacon Alcuin, my arch nemesis, it's my job to pray for his soul and also complain about his effects on the world. So there you go. Anything else? Questions? Yes? Yep, I knew this question was going to be asked, by the way.
Well, I have it right with it. I find when I try to encourage the students to esteem certain things other than others, their fear is that the point.
Of course.
Well, what am I supposed to do? So, how would you say I should encourage them to self?
Well, I mean, for one thing, you can actually show from Scripture that God really did make some days higher than others. I read some of those passages at the beginning of the talk today. So those passages from Deuteronomy and Leviticus, Ecclesiastes and Ecclesiasticus, all of those, talk exactly about this question. So you can actually show some days are more important than others. Like obviously, it's not going to be obvious to modern people, but obviously if you told St. Paul, obviously there's nothing important happening about Passover, it's just an arbitrary day, he would have been like, he would slap you, and then he would say, did you not read what I wrote in 1 Corinthians? Christ, our Passover, has been sacrificed for us. Therefore, let us keep the feast. That is the command of the Apostle Paul. Keep Pascha. So, the question would be, what is he referring to when he's talking about these disputes? Well, when he's talking about these disputes, he's talking about them in the same context where he's talking about certain different dietary sects that are going on. And what he's really talking about is keeping in mind that our faith came to us from ancient Judaism, and so you have these Jews who then become Christians, and they bring with them the Old Testament scriptures, which is why slightly different, like different historical churches have slightly different Old Testaments. Basically, the way it works is whatever the Jews where you lived, whatever they were using as their Bible became your Old Testament. So the Ethiopians have 8,000 books in their Old Testament. It's actually not that many, but it's like 81, I think. Why? Because that's what the Jews in Ethiopia, Israel, that's what they used and still use today. So along with these different sects of Second Temple Judaism, though, came certain disputes about calendars. Very difficult, I know, for Christians to imagine that anybody would argue about a calendar. That's a joke for the Orthodox people in the room. So there were disputes about calendars and then also about diets. And so there were these sects, like the Essenes, for instance, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. They were on a different calendar than the one that the temple in Jerusalem was on, but then they were also basically vegetarians, and so they rejected all these other things. And so when he's talking to them in that epistle, what he's really talking about is like, don't get caught up in these disputes. As a Christian, these things don't actually have anything to do with you anymore. That does not mean, though, that we don't have a calendar. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't fast, because Christ said, when you fast, ... It doesn't mean that we don't have feasts that we celebrate. it's very obvious from the rest of Scripture and the rest of history, Christian history, that that's not the case. So it's a good question, though. Anything else? Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for your time. God bless you all, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right. Let's go ahead and come find a seat. Ready to get started. I went on my phone to check the time and got a notification from ClearCard that I have receipts I need to submit. Thanks, Owen. What a beautiful couple days, right? Oh my goodness. At CiRCE, we found out about this a year or two ago. It's a special kind of dinner from the country of Georgia called a supra. And we love it for a lot of reasons, but one thing in particular about it is that you spend all this time together eating and drinking and feasting, but also giving toasts to certain ideas, whether that's love or friendship or country, family, all kinds of things that the Toastmaster comes up with. But also to those people who prepared the meal, and also those who have died and can't be there, but are responsible for our being able to be there. So before we get on to our beautiful last session, I'd like to spend some time in gratitude, like the Georgians have so very well taught us. So first and foremost to this church, Redeemer, to the Lewises who have put it together, let's say Galmarjos and give them a hand, please. To all of our sponsors who traveled here, have given financial resources to support these events, Galmarjos, and give them a hand. To our speakers who slaved away writing these talks, Galmarjos. And to you all and to your families who have allowed you to be here or made it possible for you to be here, and to you for coming here, Galmarjos. And on that note, somebody left a green sweater. It's at the CiRCE booth. You got it? Oh, Marie, always leaving sweaters. Okay, I can check that off. Okay, speaking of thanking our sponsors, I'd like to invite one of them up to speak for a couple minutes, Deacon Seraphim from Symbolic World. Please welcome him.
Hello, everyone. I represent a publishing company called the Symbolic World Press, and you might be familiar with our CEO and my partner, Jonathan Pajot, who has a wonderful podcast called The Symbolic World. If you don't know about him, I suggest you look him up and then quarantine yourself from your friends and family for a period of at least 30 days while your brain and heart readjust. Because otherwise, you will sound totally crazy to the people in your life. Jonathan is an icon carver, and he's also just a very medieval thinker. I don't know how else to say it. And he has been working for several years in trying to help people come to and find the wisdom in the scriptures, in traditional stories, and actually show how these things actually have the grammar of the way that the world lays itself out. And one of the things that's the most important to Jonathan and I is our fairy tales. And now you've gotten to hear some wonderful fairy tales this weekend, from my good friend, Father Nicholas Kotar, who's been telling some Slavic fairy tales, some stories of Old Rus. The thing about fairy tales is that they are a way of preserving mankind's, you could say, institutional memory. They carry over what is best and wisest about the old pagan world, about the early Christians who converted in those lands, all the way into the modern era. And they very often carry these things forward. They carry these patterns and they carry this wisdom forward to us in surprising and yet familiar ways. And so there's an idea that we all have in our mind of a wicked stepmother, or of, the foolish third son, or the idea of the heroic prince, or the princess, or the dragon, all of these different images. And unfortunately, the world that we live in today knows that these stories are potent and powerful, and so there has been a concerted effort among the media elites of our time to undermine and destroy these stories and to flip them on their head. And so the project that we are engaged in with the Symbolic World Press is reconquering this space and retelling these stories and breaking the spell cast over them by Disney and by the other great forces, media forces of our time. And so we're doing this in a few different ways. We have some really exciting, wild, crazy things, which if I tried to explain them to you right at this moment, I would look like a crazy person. But we have some really fun, exciting, crazy things coming out starting next year. But the project we're working on right now is a series of books, of fairy tale books called Tales for Once and Ever. And we currently have 3 of these out. I think we're out of stock with one of them, but we still have a few copies of the first 2 over at our table in the break room. And so I want to encourage you to come see me or come see Christiana, who's been helping me with the table this weekend. This is our very first book. This is Snow White and the Widow Queen, which is followed by Jack and the Fallen Giants and then Rapunzel and the Evil Witch. And this next year we'll have 2 more coming out in pretty quick succession. There's going to be a retelling of a very important fairy tale, which you may have forgotten, called The Valiant Little Tailor, followed by The Witch and the Sleeping Beauty. Now, announced for the very first time in public, we are also looking forward to a kind of a surprise release, because sometime back in the spring, Jonathan just came to me with a manuscript, and he said, I would like to publish this. I was like, okay, Jonathan, this was not in my plans, but we'll see what we can do. Jonathan is the creative, brilliant one, and I'm the person who has to pay for everything. And so most good working relationships have those 2 people. And so the book is being printed, is being published, and we're going to be opening pre-orders on All Hallows Eve at the end of this month. And that is because the book that we are going to be publishing is Jonathan's retelling of the story of Little Red Riding Hood. It's kind of a dark fairy tale. It is a fairy tale, to be frank, about men who come into women's spaces and put on their clothes and put on their makeup and put on their wigs and then devour them. But I think it's a really important story for us to be telling right at this moment. So please take a look for that, and please just come by and check us out. I think if I were to say one thing that is different about what we're doing than anybody else is doing, other than just the good content of the story. Unfortunately, lots of Christians, when they write books, there's this little voice in their mind that says, well, because my content is good and it is pleasing to the Lord, the packaging doesn't so much matter. And so we have lots of ugly Christian books, and the stuff that is made for our children is very often the worst offender. So our books are beautiful. They're well bound. These books are not easy to make. They're not cheap to make, but they're beautiful. They're well bound. They have world-class, award-winning illustrators who have done lots of more famous books that you've definitely heard of, but who are now working for us because they see this vision as important. So we've got, I think, maybe just like 9 books left at our table, and I would be totally thrilled if I didn't have to take any of them home. So I want to encourage you to come by. If you haven't already bought some of our books, I know a lot of you have, but if you haven't already bought some of our books, please come by the table. We do have a special that we're running this weekend for this conference, which is that when you buy a copy of one of our fairy tales, in this case, we just have Snow White and Jack left, you will also get for free these books, which are also hand-illustrated by Jonathan Peugeot. They're very beautiful. They're well laid out. These books are called The Symbolism of Snow White and The Symbolism of Jack and the Beanstalk. And if you want to know what the story is really about and why these stories are so important for us to say all these things today, these are for you, you stupid adults. Children don't need this book, because the children will just apprehend. One of you is like, you just called me stupid. Children don't need these books because children will just apprehend the truth of the stories. But as we get older and we get a little more fossilized in our minds and in our hearts, we need a little extra work to kind of break open some of that fallow ground. So that's what these booklets are about. They are a $15 value, so if you buy the book, then you also get the booklet with it for free, which is a pretty cool deal. And like I said, I don't want to take anything home, so please come and see us.
Thank you very much. All right, let's do the last giveaway of the day of the conference. Katie? Awesome. Just a reminder, Katie is our head mentor here in Texas. Okay, I know this conference has left you tired, so I thought somebody deserves coffee. Katie deserves it. Dina Peterson. All right, Dina. She's too tired. She fell asleep. All right. Michelle Ram. You here? All right. Next up, believe it or not, Christmas is not that far out. So I hope you bought some books for that season. And I'd like to give away a copy of the 25th, which is Joshua Gibbs' excellent essays and musings on Christmas and the Christmas season. There's a good argument for why we should believe in Santa Claus in there. Allison Crowder. Last but not least, from our friends at Southwestern Theological Seminary. This is a lot of stuff. So it comes with a bag. Their president apparently makes barbecue rubs and hot sauce. That's in there. And a pair of socks to warm your feet in the cool, cool Texas weather. Tracy Menchaca. Sudden death. Daryl Solst. Thank you. All right, if you want to win a giveaway, you have to come to the national conference or next year to this conference. That's it. Time to do the great part of my job, which is introduce the next speaker. Heidi White, the Heidi White. She's incredible. She's a podcaster, close reader. I learned this term. She's a close reader. She is an author. You saw her new book. You bought all of her new book. She has none left to sell, which is amazing, The Divided Soul. She is just one of the most brilliant minds in classical renewal today and a gentle soul. We're very grateful for her friendship and partnership here, and please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Thank you, Alec. Earlier when you asked me, what should I say when I introduce you? I said, just say, Heidi White is here, but that's not what he did. So I'm a big, the biggest CiRCE Institute fan that there could be. It was the CiRCE Institute that inducted me into classical education when I first started homeschooling my kids, when I had Jack, who's a college student. Now he's 19 years old, off living his young man life. But he was in a local classical charter school in kindergarten, and I didn't know anything about classical education, nothing. I put him in this school because like all my friends were putting their kids in this like classical school, and I thought that sounded fancy and nice to like my kid was in a classical school. But my husband traveled at the time. He was on the road all the time, and when our kids were babies, we would just take them with us. I loved that. We'd just get up and go with these toddlers and babies. And then, so Scott had this opportunity to go to England for 3 months. So I went and, took myself down to Jack's kindergarten and was like, I got to take Jack out of kindergarten for the last 3 weeks of school. And they were like, no, I'm sorry, that's not going to be possible. I was like, I am not asking permission. Like, last time I checked, I was this child's mother. But they were like, well, we really want to finish the phonics program. Like, I can't graduate him from kindergarten unless he completes the phonics program. So no. And I was like, how do I get out of this school? So I went to the principal's office and was like, I have to take my kid out of your school, ? Because I'm going to England. So I withdrew Jack that very day and took him home and called my husband. I was like, I'm homeschooling, yay. And he's like, what? So then the next thing I did, first of all, that tells you everything you need to know about education. But the next thing I did, of course, was get online and Google homeschooling. I was like, how to homeschool? And I took a quiz. I'm not making this up. I don't think it was on BuzzFeed, but it could have been. It was like a quiz. I was like, what kind of homeschooler are you? And I'm like, I did not know I was in homeschool at 8:30 a.m. this morning. So I have no idea. So I just filled out this form, and it was number 1, classical education. Number 2, Charlotte Mason. I didn't know anything about any of that. So I, of course, kept on Googling it and was lost in the machine forever. But then I found the CiRCE Institute. And it was leading whatever in classical education. I'm like, that is what I need. So I came to my first CiRCE conference in Houston. I think that was 2014. I had no idea what I was getting into. I thought I was going to a conference that was going to teach me how to homeschool because I did not know how to homeschool. And so I sit, I've got my notebook, and I was sitting in the talk. It was a contemplation of imitation. Was anybody else there? Kindred spirits. So I heard Andrew speak for the first time on imitation, and I remember just sitting there I thought someone was going to tell me what brand of laminator to get, and what curriculum to buy, which I would have been here's my money, but it wasn't that. It was a contemplation of imitation. It was, which was such a beautiful first idea to contemplate within the classical renewal, because I didn't know I needed to imitate the goodness, truth, and beauty that was being offered to me. It was a completely transformative experience. I ended this will tell you what you should know about me, and it's vainglory. So I ended that talk weeping, partly out of true humility and partly because I'm like, how do I become a part of this? What do I need to do? So that was my induction into classical education, which was so perfect and beautiful, because what CiRCE does, and is exactly what the classical education renewal is equipping us to do, which is to contemplate goodness, truth, and beauty, and to be transformed by it as a human person, and then to offer that back to the next generation. And then I essentially forced myself upon Andrew and Karen, and now they're my godparents, and the foundation of the book I wrote and gave to you, which is, Andrew and I were having a conversation. I'm going to say this really briefly because I tell this story all the time, and many of you I know have heard this. But my book, The Divided Soul, came out of a conversation I had with Andrew many years ago. I do not remember what it was about, the conversation proper. I just remember Andrew saying it in an offhand voice, which is how he says a lot of really very transformative things. He said in an offhand way, well, you know how everything in life comes down to the story of the prodigal son, and then he just moved on with the conversation. And I was like, I want to talk about that, because I recognized that immediately as true, but didn't know why. So I began to contemplate the story of the prodigal son, which, you know the story, very familiar, the story of the loving father, and he has two sons, and the youngest son comes to him and says, Father, give me my share of the inheritance. And then when he takes it, which is a excessively disrespectful thing to do, because in ancient cultures, inheritance rights are only passed through death. So what the son was saying to the father is essentially, I wish you were dead. And the father, in his love, gives over the inheritance, his share of the inheritance, to his son, who takes it and squanders it in wild living, riotous living, we're told. And soon finds himself hungry, which is a detail that's important. It's going to come back up here talking about duty and desire. Starving, longing to feed himself with the pods that are being given to the pigs. And of course, Christ speaking to a Jewish audience, this is all the more despicable because of the uncleanness of pigs. This young man has brought himself to the lowest possible level of uncleanness and degradation. He returns home, having practiced his speech, which is so relatable. Right? Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you, and I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. Make me as one of your hired servants. And when he is still a long way off, the father sees him coming, runs out to meet him, embraces him, and the son doesn't even get through his speech before his father welcomes him back into not only the personal relationship with his father, but this detail is so precious. Says that he puts a ring on his finger and shoes on his feet and a robe on his back and calls for the fatted calf to be killed. That signet ring reinstates him as an inheritor in the family. So not only did he essentially get half of the inheritance to squander, but once that signet ring is back on his finger, he receives yet another share of the inheritance. Now, this story is beautiful if it ends there, but it doesn't. Meanwhile, there is an older brother who doesn't know that his brother has come home because what's he doing? He's working. He's working in the fields, slaving in the fields. He hears this sound of celebration, returns back home, and asks the servant, what's all this about? What's this music about? And the servant tells him, your brother has come home, and your father has killed the fatted calf for him. And what I wish I was about to say is that the older brother rejoices and runs out to welcome his younger brother. But that's not what happens, right? The story tells us that the brother was angry and refused to go in, which gives the father yet another opportunity to pursue a wayward son. Because at that point, the father leaves the house to approach his son in the same way that he pursues the prodigal. He takes exactly the same action to pursue the older brother. And he says to him, your brother is home. We're going to have a feast. And the older brother says, you have never given me so much as a young goat to celebrate with my friends. And I have been always by your side. I've never left you. And then the father says to him, son, you are always with me, and all I have is yours. But it is fitting that we celebrate and be glad. For this your brother, see him bestowing the relationship, this your brother was lost and is found, was dead and is now alive. And it says, and they began to celebrate. but we do not know if the older brother was at the feast. That's where the story ends. We don't know. So this is the story that my wise godfather says everything in life comes down to, and I'm like, it does come down to that, right? But I want to know why. I want to know what that is. So I started thinking about it obsessively, meditating on it. And I realized then that the story is certainly true of me. Right? I have an older brother and a prodigal in me that are not reconciled to one another. Right? I have an appetite-driven, desiring part of my soul that wants what I want on my own terms, far away from the eyes of spiritual authority. I also have, at the same time, a dutiful older brother within me, constantly working, slaving away, trying to earn my own feast, self-righteously judging others when they fail, and refusing the fittingness, the word of duty there, of celebration. I used to think, when I first began doing my research and contemplations of this, I used to think that there was kind of I'm a prodigal, are you an older brother, right? Almost like a personality type, because I'm an American woman. And, but I really don't think about it that way anymore, although I still think many of us are prone to certain sins of the older brother and the prodigal. In my younger years, I was far more prone to prodigal sins. Now, as a middle-aged woman with a lot of responsibilities, I really tend more towards those older brother, self-righteousness, envy, judgment, right? The constant striving, the refusal to receive grace, the humility of saying my efforts are as filthy rags, right? And kind of a demand for others to be held accountable for when I feel like I'm doing the right thing, right? I'm more prone to that now. But I did see this pattern in myself, so I started wondering then, is this pattern in others? Is it in other stories? I'm around stories a lot. I'm reading, I'm teaching. My whole life I wanted to read books, write books, talk about books, and the luckiest girl in the world, thank God. I'm still not satisfied because I am a divided soul. But I am around a lot of stories, and many of you know also that my master's degree is in counseling, and so I'm very interested in people and their stories as well. So if I were to sit down with you and have coffee and ask you to tell me your story, you might be like, it's none of your business, or you might actually want to talk to me. And I really think that if you were to reflect on your own life and the sins and the sufferings and the sicknesses that plague you, things that have been inflicted upon you that are not your fault, or that you have contributed to through damaging your own soul, I think you would find that older brother and that prodigal impulse at war within you. You might be able to identify that some of those core wounds that we carry, this disintegration and division within us, where chaos breeds and suffering breeds, might be because the thing you think you want is different from the thing you think you should do. And that creates division. And that is what I'm calling the divided soul. I want to define a couple of terms here before we start talking about the pursuit of joy, which that is the human pursuit. When I talk about duty, what I mean by that is anything that comes after the opening phrase, I should blank. That's what I'm calling a duty. when I talk about desire, I'm talking about anything that fills in the blank after I want. I want blank. Now, true duty and true desire, the true nature of them both cannot be corrupted. They are absolute. Our true duty, we're told straight up by Jesus in his ministry multiple times, our true duty is to keep the commandments. When asked, what are the greatest commandments? Jesus just tells us, love the Lord your God. And love is a word of desire and duty, right? Love the Lord your God with all of your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. The entire history of cosmic salvation, every word that proceeds and is everything that is revealed to us, upon those two principles, to love the Lord our God with all our heart, soul, mind, and strength, and to love our neighbor as ourselves, everything hangs on that. True duty, that cannot be corrupted. Our true desire is something the ancient Christians called theosis, right? Union with God. That is our true heart's desire. And that cannot be corrupted. Dante in Paradiso, which I'm going to hopefully talk, if I don't run out of time, talk a little bit about later. In Paradiso, he says this quote about theosis. He says, your life is breathed forth immediately by the chief good, God, who so enamors it of his own self that it desires him always. It is imprinted indelibly upon the true self of every human, the imago Dei, the divine spark within us. It is so imprinted on us fundamentally that our hearts are restless until they find rest in God. So, a really good question is, what happened? Why is this not our ordinary quotidian reality? And of course, we know the story of that, right? Adam and Eve were created, put into a perfect eternal paradise, and while they were there, they were given 3 commands. These are not permissions I'm about to tell you, they are commands. God said to them, eat of every tree in the garden, which if somebody was like Heidi White, eat anything you want, that's enough for me to return to paradise, right? Eat of every tree in the garden, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth, and take dominion over the entire created order. These were the commandments given to the first man and woman, with one exception. Not this tree. Now, most commentators across Christian history, there are exceptions to this, but certainly in the ancient and medieval church, the teaching on this was that the commandment was temporary, always meant to be given back to Adam and Eve at the time, at their proper time. The tree was not to be, that fruit of the tree was not to be denied to them forever. We don't know for sure that that is true, but there's a consensus among Christian theologians. Either way, we know that even that prohibition was to protect and preserve their joy. But the serpent, the monster, the invading monster, every story has an invading monster, right? The invading monster convinced Eve to break the union between the commandment, her duty, and her desire, which was union with God. So and he does it so flagrantly, doesn't he? Did God really say that's an attack on duty? When you eat of it, you will be wise, your eyes will be opened, you will be like God. The words of the scripture even say, when she saw that it was desirable to the eyes and to make her wise, she ate of it. And when she sinks her teeth into that fruit, she severs the link between her duty to keep the commandment and her desire for union with God. It's the fundamental break of the fall. And then it says that scripture tells us that she gave it to her husband who was with her. We're told later in the New Testament, in the epistles, that Adam was not deceived. He knew exactly what he was doing. Eve was deceived. Adam was not. He was defiant. The combination of the two is the fall. And that rupture of the unity within us, the union of the human psyche, the human soul, the fracture that caused was so traumatic, so fundamentally disruptive to the human self and to the whole cosmic order that we keep retelling that story over and over and over again, repeating it within our own lives and in every single story we ever tell. Sometimes when I speak at conferences or do like Zoom meetings or book clubs or whatever, I will ask people like, give me a story, any story, and I will tell you how it is about duty and desire. I've never been stumped. Maybe you can stump me, give it a try, but I think it's in all of it. And this to me is not an academic theory, but an existential reality. It's not an original idea. I never want to have an original idea my whole life. If I ever do, I will repent. This is something I see everywhere. And it is grievous to me. So the reason that we don't live like this all the time is not because duty and desire themselves can be corrupted, but because we can. And we attach our desires to lesser loves, to fallen objects, in disordered ways. We put our trust in perceived duties that are not required of us, slaving in the field over and over again, refusing the feast. And it's complicated, right? Because sometimes desire rages against desire. I'm thinking of, if you Russian literature fans, I know we got one Russian in the room back there, right? Like, so you're Russian literature fans, you know Anna Karenina. This is a desiring and a desirable woman. And she's caught between competing desires. She wants to keep her pampered life in the upper echelons of the Russian aristocracy, and she also wants to take a younger lover. She wants to give nothing up. So much so that her desire consumes her and her entire life. Desire raging against desire. Sometimes duty competes against duty. The Oresteia, if you're familiar with Greek drama, right? Orestes is caught between two completely irreconcilable duties. He must avenge his father's killer. That's his job as a son. He absolutely must do that. However, it was his mother that did it, and he cannot commit matricide. The murder of a parent is the lowest of the low. So he's stuck. This is like a favorite trope in Greek drama, by the way. Duty against duty. What will they choose? That doesn't matter because you're going to be destroyed by the Furies anyway, right? But we got to follow the story, right? So the conflicts of duty and desire are fundamental. They are complicated. They are ground zero of human suffering and depravity. So how are we to pursue joy? The Christian story always contains some kind of mystery, some paradox. And the paradox of human happiness has something to do with duty and desire, everything to do with duty and desire. And a favorite word of mine from the New Testament, which is the word blessedness. The Beatitudes. I'm going to read you the Beatitudes. Listen for words of duty and desire here. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when men shall revile you and persecute you and say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so they persecuted the prophets which were before you. If you want to pursue joy, live like this. Do you hear the words of delight and desire here? Blessed are they. Let's look at the first one. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. The beatitude there begins and ends with the fulfillment of desire. Within that framework of desire, the very grammar of Christ's words is our duty. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. The grammar of Christ's words gives us this beautiful understanding of the healing of our divided soul. That word blessedness, beatitude. St. Gregory of Nyssa, thank you very much for this quote that you gave me yesterday. He says that blessedness is a possession of all things held to be good, from which nothing is absent, which a good may desire. A possession of all things held to be good. That's the blessed life. But like every message of Christ, it's a paradox, right? If you want to inherit the earth, you must be meek. Which meekness, humility, is the opposite of pride, and it's the prideful who want to inherit the earth. So it is, our Christian journey is to subvert the worldly values, the vices, to let them be crucified with Christ, that the truth behind them, our true desire, can be purified and attached to their proper object. That is the pilgrimage of the Christian life. That is joy. And thinking about happiness this weekend, I have lots and lots of thoughts on happiness. Some of them are original, so I can never, ever say them because they're 100% wrong. But, of course, I've thought of Aristotle when he talks about happiness, eudaimonia, or whatever, however you pronounced it. I always get that word wrong. I even practiced it. There you go, crucify my ego. That lots of classical writers, every serious writer across the ages has addressed the issue of human happiness in some way. It is the telos. It is the end goal. It is the thing for which we do all things. We do not become happy so that we will become virtuous. We become virtuous so that somehow we will become happy, right? And I think it was Aristotle who says that very directly in Ethics, and I think he's right about that. But I don't know if the classical writers are right about what happiness is or the path to get there. Because the words of Christ are very clear. Take up your cross and follow me. But we're also told why Christ took up his cross, which is for the joy set before him. He took up his cross. But what about now, right? That could sound a bit lofty, a bit abstract, like, oh, so I just suffer forever my whole life so that I could be happy there. And sometimes that's true. Like, it is true that there is an inequality of worldly happiness among humans. There is no doubt of that. And it is probably true that there are people who endure suffering and don't ever know human happiness on earth. I cannot explain that. And I don't know anybody who can. And I think that's part of why we keep writing stories, right? To try to understand the human condition, to try to apprehend it if we cannot comprehend it, to try to tell the truth about it in some way. Because it is and remains a mystery. I once had a conversation that completely transformed my conception of an excess of human suffering. I was talking to a guy at my church. His name is Inokente, a really saintly man in his 70s. And I was kind of yapping about, the Old Testament and death and why do so many people die undeservedly? Somebody yesterday asked a question about genocide. Why? What is that? I don't understand. How am I supposed to feel about that? Right? And Inokente just, in this really calm, quiet voice, you're just like, yes, that is so hard. We do not know what happened to them after they were gone. It's like, I had never thought about that before my whole life. We cannot explain the inequality of human suffering, the depth of human suffering. I would never attempt to do that. But this life is not all there is. Even this weekend, I've heard many stories, conversations, stories of loss, broken relationships, death, sickness, suffering, sin, self-denial, deprivation, just like the long slog, right? So in speaking of happiness or the reintegration of the divided soul, what do we do about that now? How are we to understand that now? I do not have a definitive answer to that because it is a mystery. However, it is that gap. Our divided souls create the way the world should be versus the way we want it to be, both inside of us and out here, is the problem of human suffering, right? And the divided soul in us and the divided soul of the whole world creates a gap between what we can see and what is real. In the heavenly sense of real, the spiritual sense of real. And we tell these stories all across history and experience stories, and we tell each other stories, right? Sitting and having coffee and talking is another attempt to do this. It's the same impulse that led to the Iliad. To tell a true story about the human condition. It's the same reason we tell stories to each other. Because we suffer from a spiritual malady. And that malady is blindness. We cannot see. For some of us, that's a self-inflicted blindness. I don't want to see, I refuse to see, I don't like what I see. And for some, it's a veil, a true veil, with a longing to know. But God, in his providence, keeps things hidden from us, right? We walk by faith, not by sight. And the stories that we tell ourselves provide an anagogical scaffolding for our eschatological hope. Here's what I mean by that. When we tell a story like the Iliad, we're talking about Achilles. We're also talking about love and war and friendship and honor and free will and fate and love of homeland and family. When people ask me, my students are like, is this a true story? And I'm like, it is a truer story, right? That common humanity, the fact that we read a book like the Iliad this long, like I don't even know my great-grandmother's name, but I know Achilles' name. The fact that we still read that book out of such a completely different cultural context, and it is still moving to us, to me, like I can't read the Iliad without weeping, is remarkable. It is telling us something true. When my students say things like, I don't really like it, I'm like, well, repent of your blindness. Yeah. Yeah. But that story provides for me a scaffolding, an anagogical reality, an analogy to the truth of the human condition that gives me a framework for understanding my hope of heaven. That eschatological movement towards a benevolent end that the world is going towards. And that hope for us is lived in quotidian, ordinary lives as a paradox because it is an ascetical vision. Not aesthetical, but ascetical, asceticism. A vision of self-denial, of taking up our cross and living the life that we are given. There is no other way to the kingdom of God. So then joy, by that Christian mystery, is by definition on earth an ascetical practice, because it requires us to take up the cross that we were given and follow Christ as he did for the joy set before him. And because he did it, we do it. We imitate him. It's not a worldly vision, but a blessedness or beatitude, not a triumph. Not this triumphant clarion like, I am happy. It is poverty of spirit, mourning, meekness, hunger and thirst for righteousness, mercy, purity of heart, peacemaking, persecution, and prayer. If you are undergoing that, glory to God for all things. To what end do we endure that, right? To obtain the kingdom of heaven, to be comforted, to inherit the earth, to be filled, to receive mercy, to see God, to be sons and daughters of God. And then he ends this beatitude, the Beatitudes, with rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven. So happiness then, embodied and eternal, not abstract and lofty and out there, but embodied, is indeed the telos, or the purpose, the goal, the ultimate end, if we endure to the end. But in the meantime, for those with eyes to see, we have these stories that we tell ourselves and our children and our students. One of those stories is The Lord of the Rings. When was the last time y'all read The Lord of the Rings? Was it recent? Good. I love hearing that. I love coming to these because I'm always talking to people who have recently read The Lord of the Rings, right? It just keeps coming up. Now, Tolkien famously did not want the books to be thought of as an allegory, but he's not around anymore, so we can do what we want. Yeah. So he did, however, one time say in one random letter, not even a full sentence, he says that the ring is an allegory of power, exerted as domination. What's so interesting to me in reading The Lord of the Rings is that I always feel like I am in the presence of happy characters, even though they are greatly suffering. Tolkien was writing Lord of the Rings around the same time as some other famous writers were writing books like, let's say, Ernest Hemingway, Fitzgerald. I love those books. I'm a big fan of modern literature, but I know when I am reading them that I am not reading about happy people. What's the difference? The difference is that every character in the fellowship demonstrates a union of duty and desire. They live it. They all want what is good. And they endure much hardship and deprivation to attain it, but they have a duty, right? When Frodo says, I don't know what it is about the sentence that's so poignant, right? Like when he says, I will take the ring, but I do not know the way. It's like, I just say it and I get little tears in my eyes. I don't know why, just simple language, but there's something about that. He's taking up his cross. And Frodo has this beautiful protection against the ring, the power of the ring, and it's his friend. It's Sam. Without Sam, Frodo would have caved to the power of the ring long, long before the fires of Mordor. That bond, because Sam never lets him forget. There's a couple reasons for that, I think. Sam never lets him forget his homeland. He's talking always about the Shire. This is what the gaffer would have said. I'm going to make some potatoes, right? He's got his pots and pans. He reminds him what time of year it is and what will be growing in the Shire at the time. He is a link to his home. And he lifts the burden of the cross of the ring by just doing simple things like making breakfast. He's always letting Frodo sleep. Do you notice this? Frodo has nightmares as they get closer to Mordor. He starts crying out in his sleep. And Sam takes watch after watch whenever Frodo can sleep. He takes on these ordinary quotidian duties so that Frodo can attend to the burden that he knows is weighing on Frodo. And in a way, it must have been so hard for Sam, right? He sees how far Frodo is slipping away. But he carries that. And that union that Sam demonstrates of his duty to his friend, but his desire for his good, is a beautiful Christ-like image and feels very much like mothers to me. I have teenagers, and everything in me, not everything in me, but a lot of the time in me, I just want to be like, you know how to do your own laundry. You have a job, you can pay for your gas. And I do, I hold them accountable, right? But I do things for them. You do the same thing. It's a good. It's a good thing to lift a burden off of somebody. Endure. Gollum. Gollum's division of soul is so radical that he literally has two different names for those parts of his warring self, right? His desiring Gollum side, right? We wants it, we wants it, we wants it. And then his dutiful Smeagol side, he made a promise. It takes a long time for him to decide to betray Sam and Frodo. And he almost doesn't. There's this moment in the story. Tolkien himself called it the lowest point of the Lord of the Rings. It's not the Black Gate. It's not Shelob. It's not Sauron's eye on them. It's not even the edge of the fires of doom. The lowest point that Tolkien considered in his story is this. One night, Frodo is sleeping. It's early in the morning. Gollum sees him there. And it says this, and then he came back, speaking of Gollum, and slowly putting out a trembling hand, very cautiously he touched Frodo's knee. But almost the touch was a caress. For a fleeting moment, could one of the sleepers have seen him, they would have thought that they beheld an old, weary hobbit, shrunken by the years that had carried him beyond his time, beyond friends and kin, and the fields and streams of youth, an old, starved, pitiable thing. He almost reaches out and touches Frodo. But Sam, complicated moment because Sam is everybody's favorite. Sam sees him there. He wakes up, he sees Gollum hovering over Frodo, and he lashes out at him. What have you been up to? Sneaking off and sneaking back, you old villain. In that moment, Gollum's divided soul hangs in the balance, but Sam's curse brings him in upon himself. He never comes back from that. It's shortly after that that he sells them or leads them to Shelob. Smeagol disappears forever. He's never called Smeagol again. It's Gollum. Is it Sam's fault? I don't know. I talk about that with my students when we read it. Whose fault is it? But that moment, almost Gollum was transformed by Frodo's co-suffering love for him. So what is it that Gollum could have done? I imagine it over and over again in my head. Whenever I read it, I get to that part and I'm like, maybe it'll be different this time. Never is, right? I just imagine, like, what if Gollum had wakened Frodo? What if Sam had been like, let me just wait and see what happens here? I imagine Frodo waking up and talking to Gollum, embracing him. Smeagol finally returning to his true self, the real Smeagol underneath his desperate, disordered desire for the precious. Frodo's love almost healed him because love is the healing of the divided soul. Only love. I promise I'm not trying to sound like the Beatles. Because it does sound trite, doesn't it? A little bit. Oh, and I remember that moment in Harry Potter when Dumbledore is like, your ability to love. And Harry's just like throwing all of Dumbledore's stuff on the ground because he's like, I don't want to hear that again. Stop telling me that love will triumph over Voldemort. It's such a beautiful moment. Because do you remember what Dumbledore says to Harry at that point? Dumbledore says, your life is almost a mirror image of Voldemort's life. And Harry's saying, I would never be like Voldemort. He says, because Voldemort killed my parents. And then Dumbledore says, you are protected then, in short, by your ability to love. Which we see in Harry because of his capacity for grief. Which again takes us to the paradox of the Christian life. So, final story, then we're done. I know at the end of the day I gotta not be boring. I know that. Our final example then. has to come from the most Christian story in the history of the world, other than the Christian story, which is the Odyssey. I consider the Odyssey to be the most Christian story ever told, other than the actual Christian story, truly. Odysseus, our embattled soul, longing for his homeland, his family, his son, and especially his bride. He's been away from home for 20 years, embattled by dangers and temptations. He's stuck on Calypso's island, a nymph who has trapped him like a pet in her smooth caves. Calypso makes him an offer: immortality or home. You can stay here with me. You can be immortal. You can be happy. You'll never have any problems again. Or you can go home. Your wife is 20 years older. You don't even know your son. Who knows what's happened to your land in your absence? Listen to Odysseus' response. "Look at my wise Penelope," he says to the goddess. "She falls far short of you. Your beauty, your stature, she is mortal after all, and you never die or age. Nevertheless, I long, I pine all my days to travel home and see the dawn of my return. And if a god will wreck me yet again on the wine-dark sea, I can bear that too, with a spirit tempered to endure. Much have I suffered, labored long and hard by now in the waves and wars. Add this to the total. Bring the trial on." Think of that phrase all the time. Nevertheless, I long, I pine. Odysseus is this icon of harmonious duty and desire. It is certainly his duty to return home. His wife is in danger, his land is in danger, his son is in danger, his family, everybody. Everything's falling apart without him. You know that feeling that you get that's like, if I go to a conference this weekend, everything's going to fall apart, right? Like Odysseus, it actually happened. So if you have a homeland that's beset by a whole bunch, 200 suitors trying to turn away your husband or wife, things might fall apart. Otherwise, you're probably okay. It is his duty. The situation there is dire, but it is not duty. It is not just duty that motivates Odysseus. It's desire. His love, his longing for home forge in him a spirit tempered to endure. His desiring soul remains fixed on its proper object, fortifying and ennobling him to overcome trials and temptations. When he finally arrives home, rallies his subjects, slays the wicked suitors, retakes his rightful throne, and embraces his beloved queen, he not only fulfills his duty, but he also then satisfies his desire. And Homer is very overt about this. It's a really beautiful moment. At the moment of their reunion, Penelope says to him, "If it's bed you want, it's bed you'll have whenever the Spirit moves you." From the throne room to the bedroom, right? Everything in Odysseus's long-suffering life is given back to him because he kept his divided soul in harmony and endured those dangers and overcame those temptations without ever forgetting who he is or where he belongs. So like Odysseus then, in closing, the pilgrimage of our divided souls is oriented homeward We're not actually on a quest, we're on a homecoming journey. Desire guides us to joy in the midst of our own particular dangers and temptations, and duty provides the limits so we don't go off the rails. So to this day, I think about many desires of my life that have gone unfulfilled, many losses, right? Many sins and sufferings and sicknesses that are not my fault, and many that I've created for myself. And I have a choice between hope and despair, so do you. And to choose hope is the prerequisite for that eternal joy. May the peace of Christ be with you all. Yeah.
Thank you all. Let's, if you will, let's end together singing again. I think that's one of the ways to end the college. Singing about college.